Ducklings, welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, the first week actually of 2026 with our brand new tournament. I say brand new tournament, but welcome back to the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the very first edition of the year. Welcome. Bienvenidos. It's great to be here, great to be back as we're getting back on our regular casting schedule. This is a weekly open tournament. I'm of course your live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all as we get into our first series. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Exclamation mark B. We are here in the round 16 and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of White Rabbits. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing himself. It is Percival. And spawning in the top right hand corner we have the Ukrainian random player, random and landing on Zerg, representing Hokago T team. It is Hacker is Tough. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our best of three. And again, it's been far too long. Oh, hopefully everything's okay as we do have a bit of a pause here. Early pool timing out of our random Zerg player going for the pool into gas into delayed hatchery. Meanwhile, bearing in mind that HackerSop did actually tell Percival his race, did tell him that he was playing Zerg. That is typically how things go. Oh, as we do have some latency here. Hopefully everything does even out. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. But once again, welcome back to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Again, this is a weekly tournament, but I do apologize for not being able to cover the Thunderfire event. Thunderfire event, I think is actually still going on, by the way, but it did begin earlier today. Unfortunately, we had to make a choice, right? So do we cast one or the other, and most likely not both? Considering that we're already a little bit late when it comes to Tuna Cup, we were meant to come back last week, but again, unfortunately, some things occurred IRL and wasn't available last week, so we did not want to push Tuna Cup back too long. There you go. We didn't want to push the Tuna Cup back too long, so again did decide to not cover day 2 of Thunderfire Cup. Most likely we'll be covering it via replays at a later date. Most likely that will occur instead, so obviously no spoilers in the chat, as we'll probably be casting it maybe next week. This week we are currently booked up. It's going to be a very busy week here for the CranKy Ducklings. We'll do our best to catch on up. It's going to be it's been a very intense week. It's been a very intense month of 2026. We'll get into it. For now, we do have our initial early pool. Links are moving out across the map. SCV Scout does confirm how late the hatchery is. So Percival, he knows that we have a link speed on the way. What's more important, gas is continued to be mined. So we still have a continued mining here when it comes to gas production. So we can go into a Bane bust or a Roach Rush. One or the other, regardless, all in. It's going to be an all in. There it is, Bane bust out of Hacker is Top. Bearing in mind that Percival, he saw the gas mining, he saw the late expansion, so he knows that it should be either a Bane bust or that Roach Rush we did mention. So he already knows. Reaper moves out over the Tuna. Love to see it. And so far, having his way with all these Zerglings here. 1, 2, soon to be 3 Zerglings going down. Nice KDA charge. Does move in, and every Zergling gets cleaned up. Ooh, link speed is still on the way, and Hacker's Top is getting bullied here. And again, he's not really built to macro. He's droning up a little bit, but these workers are late. He invested so heavily here into his tech, into this aggression, and so far the aggression hasn't really built up. It hasn't really built to anything. Not yet. Behind this third CC, the confidence, by the way, very, very confident play by Percival, going for the third CC before Starport, so very economic. I mean, hey, he dealt with all the Zerglings earlier, so confident play here from our Terran player, and is going to be able to confirm his confidence. Once Reaper moves in, he should confirm the workaround. There we go. He sees drones. Yeah, he sees droning. He sees more drones on the way. A massive scout here for Percival. Confirms only one worker mining gas. Confirms no Roach Warren, saw the Bailey Nest, and Percival should be feeling pretty good about this. He confirmed that his opponent had basically deviated away from the all-in, which means Hacker's Top is behind. So from here, Percival just getting further ahead. Building up. See in the chat, please, both. It's too late for that. We casted day 1 of Thunderfire Cup at least, but again, day 2 we'll probably cover via replays just at a later date. And most likely next week, maybe the week after. Meanwhile, with all the gas mining, we have extra gases being taken, layers on the way to base. Muta feels to be the case here for Hacker's Top. I mean, technically, this could be a really weird build going to 2-base Hydrogen into Lurkers, into 2-base Lurker, or we could see something like 2-base Swarm Host. I'm mentioning very, very niche builds just because of the player that we're casting. Hacker's Top is a very unique player, is typically hyper aggressive and at times can be very unorthodox, even in his aggression. But if this was a standard play, then we should be seeing a Spire. Like a standard player, I should say. Should be a Spire into 2-base Muta. Lair is done, Spire is on the way, 2-base Muta at the same time Hellions they poke in. So no crazy quirky 2-base Lurker or 2-base Swarm Host. Going to Muta play. Now, going into Mutas is easier said than done, especially because of the really rocky start of Hacker's Top. His ground army is non-existent. This is it. We have a couple of Lings, and because of the fast Evo Chamber and because of the fast Lair and because of the fast Spire, it means the Evo Chambers are heavily delayed. So late upgrades, late baning speed, late Ling Bane production means that Percival has the opportunity to pop off. Oh, when he gets in. Yeah, he gets into the middle one, he confirms the Spire, he knows. Oh. Gets another volley off. 4 workers going down. Lings are getting roasted. And Percival, he can just keep going. He just keep on pushing, he just keep on rallying. Back at home, he's backing up his bio. Waiting for Stim, but a bit of miscontrol here on the tumor. Not like this. The Banshees are moving in. Hellions on one side, Banshees on the other, and back at home, we're massing up the Bio Army. Ooh, no spores. Yeah, no spores in position. There is an Overseer, thankfully. No Overseer's morphing in. The Overseer's morphing. The initial Overseers across the map. Catching out a Queen, catching out drones, and this is becoming critical damage. I mean, it was already critical damage after the opener. That's going to be 11, 12 drone kills. You just keep going. Getting up to 14, 15. Can we get up to 18 drones? Oh, not quite. I mean, there's not enough. 17 drones go down. Again, that is game-winning damage. Hacker's Top, he got into his Mutas, and these Mutas, they've got a lot of work to do. Unfortunately, Percival, now it's time to push. Now it's time to move out, and this army cannot be dealt with. The best that Hacker's Top can hope for is a base trade, but even then, reinforcements should be enough to defend back at home. There are some turrets, thankfully, at the natural at least. So a couple of turrets in position. Mutas are getting caught out. And again, without any Ling Bane on the ground, the Bio Army should be enough. There are a lot of Mutas, only 14. Speaking of some of them coming in too soon, Mutas they get focused down. GG gets called, and Percival, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very rough start there for Hacker's Top, bearing in mind that he did go for an early pull and early gas timing, and if you recall, Hacker's Top, he was unable to make use of that. His early Lings were dealt with, he got scattered early on. Percival, he saw the gas timing, he saw the late expansion, so Percival, he was safe and sound, even have the confidence to go for a 3rd CC, and Percival just snowballed from there. So a very clean game here out of Percival, just a really unfortunate opener out of Hacker's Top, but we'll see what he lands on this time. We'll see what he lands on. Remember, Hacker's Top is random, not Zerg, so we'll see if he lands on Terran or Protoss, bearing in mind that regardless of what we see out of Hacker's Top, regardless of whether it's Zerg, Terran, or Protoss, we do expect an all-in. That's what he's known for. He does not macro. It's all about all-ins. All about shenanigans, back. And then please replay cast. Yeah, I'll be able to. Oh my god. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing himself, leading the series 1-0. It is Percival. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Ukrainian random player, the purple Zerg, or landing on Zerg. The purple Zerg player representing Hacker is top. Sorry, representing Hokago T team. Goddamn it. It is Hacker is top. Every time. Goddamn team logo. But here we go, gas first. It is going to be an earlier pool. It's going to be, sorry, an earlier gas than last game into earlier link speed, I would imagine. We have the pool timing as well. Remember, last game in game 1, it was a pool into gas into hatchery. This time it's faster gas, so faster link speed, potentially even faster banelings. So we'll see when he does pull out. A much more aggressive variation this time out of our random player. We go. As this isn't quite lined up here because he only kept 2 in gas. It does mean that the spawning pool finishes and there is not enough for link speed, but only for a couple of seconds. Like, what, 3, 4, 5 seconds? And once again, link speed is on the way. Once again, doesn't pull out of gas. We can see here that he's not pulling out of gas, so this should be for a baneling nest, should be for a bane bust, and this should be more aggressive, should be hitting harder. Should be that much more all in. SV Scouter does not see the Zerglings. Oh, I assumed it was going to be banelings, but no, this time it's going to be roaches. Okay. It's going to be the roach rush. The SV may just confirm this. Oh, pokes in, sees the gas, goes further in, and will confirm the roach warren. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, roach warren has been confirmed. SV goes down. Percival, he sees everything he needs to. And now it's all about that defense back at home. It's going to be a bold move if he does try to go for the bunker on the low ground. Typically, we do see a high ground defense and just lift the CC. But based on the SV, yep, he's going for the low ground. Okay, bold move. Bold move, papi, bold move. Meanwhile, speaking of bold, Enki anda a dormir, papi. Gracias, gracias. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. Hope you had a great time with the Thunderfire event. Once again, we did cast day 1, but we weren't able to cast day 2. Unfortunately, we did, of course, have to prioritize our own open tournaments, but bienvenidos, gracias. Gracias por el raid. Anda a dormir, papi. Anda a vivir. Gracias, gracias. Enki. And hermoso, papi, hermoso. As the all-in is upon us, Lings, they move out. Once again, we did mention that this was going to be a very bold move going for the low ground bunker, and the bunker is going to be shut down. Now, I speak of here, and there's no bunker on the high ground. Roaches are rallying across the map as we speak. And Hacker is up. Can he pull this off? Gets 3 SCV kills so far. There's going to be 1 Hellion to defend. The Roaches are coming. The Roaches, papi. They're on the way. And again, that bunker is going to be so delayed. But the Roaches, we need them as quickly as possible. I was curious where they were. Ravagers did morph in. A couple of Ravagers on the way. The bunker is almost done. Can Percival buy enough time for the bunker? Can he buy enough time for the Cyclone? As this is taking too long for Hackers up. We gotta go in. Bunker is complete. So let's finish up the bunker. Oh! Debo gets caught out. Okay, Debo falls. The wall is open. The wall is open. Ling spot in. Show us those biles. Oh, it does have 3. And won't get the bunker. Yeah, the bunker will stand strong. Fails to break it down. Match repair on the bunker as well. And with that, Percival, can he hold up? Oh my god. 1 Ravager left. Bunker falls. Ling's gonna get damage done. There's 1 Cyclone, and it looks like he may have just done it. Wow, he may have just done it. The bunker falls as 1 Cyclone. Can he survive? No. Gets around it, cannot get away. And with that, we're going to the ace match. no shot. Oh my god, the bile. Yeah, bile on the Marines. Lings, they clean up every single SCV. GG gets called, and Hacker Assault ties up the series. We're going to game 3. Ay. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. Again, it was a very, very bold and very ambitious decision for Percival to go for the low ground defense. We spoke about it as he was building the bunker, but it is very standard. It is very standard. It is the go-to to go for a high ground defense instead. So he did waste resources getting a bunker on the low ground. He also had to take, or it also took him longer to get his bunker on the high ground instead. Likewise, we saw that he had to buy enough, likewise, we saw his first wave of Marines were also called out as well. So he had very, very minimal defense. A little bit too greedy there by Percival. GG well played, especially considering Percival, he saw everything. Remember, he saw everything coming. He saw the Roach Warren, saw the late expansion, he saw the gas timing, the pool timing, he saw everything he needed to, but was just overly confident in that defense. Let's go. Let us go. It's going to be loading into the Old Republic, going to be loading into the Ace match. And this could go either way, to be honest. Oh boy. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, being forced into a tied series and is notorious for being a little bit upset and being a little bit salty. And okay, there we go. It is a Percival. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Ukrainian random player, and once again landing and rolling Zerg for her Kaigo T team. It is Hacker is Tough. Here we go. Just catching up. It was a large event. Yeah, it lasted. It was Jesus. It would have been what, like 6-7 hours? 7 hours, 7-hour long event. Jesus. And again, we would have covered it as well, but unfortunately, we have this event as well, right? We have our Tuna Cup. I mentioned it earlier, but our Tuna Cup, we already postponed it 1 week, and we didn't want to postpone it again, so did decide to commit, and we'll be able to catch up with those replays at a later date anyway. Once again, though, we're going for the early gas, early pool, early link speed, all in. Now, Percival, he's going for the SCV scout. He should be able to confirm what's going on and react. And this time we should be seeing a one-base defense. We should be seeing that bunker on the high ground and the setup here on top of the ramp instead. If you recall, that was one of the missteps that Percival had last game, was he attempted to defend the low ground instead, which cost him Marines, which cost him the bunker, which cost him extra resources, which could have been invested elsewhere. As this time it's going to be later link speed. Okay, so it was a later gas, later link speed. SCV moves out. It was an earlier pool. And you can see here that once again, Hacker's Top, he's staying in gas. So he gets link speed, stays in gas, and once again, this is either going to be a Bane Blast or a Roach Rush. I mean, technically it could be Fast Lair, but should be Banelings or Roaches. And there it is, Bane Blast. It's going to be a Bane Blast instead. Ooh, loving the movement with the Zerglings. Did hide in the tall grass. Okay. As, oh no! The Reaper! Jesus, the Reaper almost gets caught out. A little bit inattentive there from Percival. As Reaper takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. Marine has arrived. And remember, last game we had an add-on here, so we do have extra Marine production. Percival playing it safe. And may even supply block. Yeah, there's no safe place. There's no safe zone here. There's no area for the Overlord to get away, to escape. Overlord goes down. Hacker stop his supply blocks. Ooh, that's a late replacement Overlord. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the Overlord is late. Banelings are morphing in. Jogo's not Overlord. Oh, the Overlord. It does pull back, thankfully. Pulls back, no bunker. Very greedy here. No bunker. He's going for the add-on swap into reactor to Hellion production. Banelings are rolling in. There's not that many lings left over though. And all that means are lings. Ooh, does break through. Supply block. Yeah, massive supply block for Percival. Lings, what are we going for? Going for the factory as well. And if he can deny these Hellions, that's gonna be game. No shot. The Baneling. Yeah, the Baneling is here to zone away. Oh, massive connection. SCVs are going down. The factory is burning, but the Hellions looks like they will pop out. We're 2 away. Oh, 2 Banelings. The Banelings are rolling in. Reaver gets surrounded. The Hellions. He can't afford to get surrounded, Bobby. Bailey connects. And 2 Hellions will clean this up, but the damage is brutal. So much damage. So many SCVs. 14 SCVs go down. That's not good enough. That's not good enough here. So close. If Hacker's Top didn't get supply blocked, these reinforcements would have been so much faster. That could have been game. But now there's 3 Hellions. Oh, surround. KDA charge works against Percival. Surrounds and does pick up one of the Hellions. There's 2 Hellions left. But 2 Hellions have a lot of potential here. 3 CC. I just realized he went for a 3rd CC. He's crazy. But he's holding. And remember, he has mules. Like, Percival currently is ahead. Percival, he's in a better economic position. If that factory had gone down. Again, if Hacker's Top didn't get supply blocked. Banelings are rolling in, but I'm not so sure that's going to be enough. Yeah, Heli volleys are brutal. Banelings making their way into the mineral line. And, no major connections. Yeah, no major connections there. Percival, he holds. GG gets called, and Percival, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. Again, Hacker's Top, he was so close. He was so close to either killing the factory, or again, if he wasn't supply block, Lings would have flooded in that much faster, that much sooner. Faster reinforcements, that could have been enough to break the first two Hellions. That would have been game. Those two Hellions were the MVPs. If they were denied or if they were killed, then that Hacker's Top would have taken it. It's crazy. Crazy, but crazy. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Percival. He does claim the series, and now we can catch up on the brackets. Let's go. Exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Oh, as that is not the bracket we're looking for. Un momento. Here we go. Bam. As we have our first round still underway. It looks like there were a couple of walkovers in the first round as well, unfortunately, but Ragnar gets a walkover win over Zanlar. We have Nylon over Valley as well. Percival just took down Hacker's Top 2-1, as we can zoom a little bit further here. There we go. Percival, he's the first player to make it through to the quarterfinals, and we still have many more matches to go. It was a fast series, a lot of very fast games, and now we have a chance here to go over the players themselves. At the very top of the bracket, we have the #1 seed. We have ByuN. We have ByuN in the top side of the bracket, waiting for the winner of Star Knight and Dead Remus. So ByuN is waiting for his opponent. We then have Nickrat versus Nice. That was my other option. That my other choice was to jump into Nickrat versus Nice. Would have been a very fun TVP. Best of luck to the two players. That's another high-profile first-round match. We have Christiana waiting for the winner of Percival and Sandwich. Sandwich. Waiting for the winner. Scrolling down, we have ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE is up against Ragnar in the round of 16. We have Geralt versus Art, also in the round of 16 in the PvP. We have Creator versus Nylon, and we have Shameless versus Azura. If you notice something, Funada the admins, because non-stop Protoss in the lower half, we have ShoWTimE, Geralt, Art, Creator, Shameless, Azura. 6 top Protoss players. Like we so there's going to be non-stop PvP in the lower half of the bracket, and most likely a PvP semis and a PvP finalist Protoss finalist as a result. So non-stop Protoss down here. Because of that, we're going to try to avoid the lower half of the bracket. Not that I don't enjoy PvP, but typically we try to avoid mirror matchups. Like there's usually the other matchups are a little bit more enticing, a little bit more fun, and do garner a little bit more viewership, a little bit more interest from other players. We'll eventually get to the PvPs, don't you worry, we'll get there, but it should be, I mean, best of luck to Ragnar, best of luck to Nylon. We have some non-Protoss players down there, but it's mainly Protoss. And we should have a Protoss finalist as a result. From the upper half of the bracket, here it's going to be a little bit more dynamic. This is where most of the Terrans are. So we have ByuN, Nickrat, and Percival as the top 3 Terran players. And we still have some Protoss sprinkled in with Christiana and Nice as the top Protoss players as well. Best of luck to the other underdogs here that are a little bit lesser known, but have potential to maybe pop off and maybe have a surprising run. So best of luck. We don't have confirmation that it's going to be a TVP finals. ByuN is the top seed, that is true, but we have seen players like Christiana, Percival, and Nickrat and Nice even put ByuN in his place. That has happened before. It's more of an upset for that to happen, but it's happened before, could happen again. Could happen, baby, could happen. Until then, though, we have some downtime. We have some downtime waiting for one of these matches to open up, as all the other players are mid-series. And if you want to support this tournament, you can do so via Patreon. Exclamation mark at Patreon in the chat. Oh, one momento. There we go. Exclamation mark Patreon. Our Patreon is designed to fund our tournaments on a regular basis. The Tuna Cups alongside Sea Duckling Open and Masters 1 Open as well, all funded via Patreon. And you can actually see our goal just under my name, I believe. Yeah. Just down there. You can see how much we currently make through Patreon and our next goal as well. You can also see the Bunny Vet Fund. True. I did mention this in the previous cast, but if you did not tune in, but it's been a very, very tough 2026 so far, with vet visits and with caring for our bunnies, and it's all added up. It's been brutal. Jesus. It's been brutal, so we'd appreciate if you can help out. Notoriously, for many years, we actually didn't have a donation bar on our channel. It's something that we've been wanting to add at some point, and coming into this year, we have not just that, but also some new overlays. I don't know if you noticed, but these are some brand new overlays here. It's very slick, it's very clean. Do appreciate it. Big shout out to Kuro for bringing this all together as well. Of course, still like flares and themes of our old overlays, but just a little bit different. Personally, I'm very fond of the starting screen or the break screen. Hold on. It's like a rolling kind of reel of different different maps and different backgrounds, so you'll be able to see some moopies. That's my favorite part. Some moopies chilling, some moopies enjoying themselves. But yeah, nice. A big shout out to Kuro for that. And I'm speaking of, we do have some downtime here. We have some downtime. Going to be cutting to a break momentarily, as we have to wait for our next set of players. As I mentioned before, I'm going to try to stick with the upper half of the bracket. So most likely, I'm looking at Nickrat versus Nice, or I'm looking at Cristiano's next series, or ByuN's next series. Again, just trying to avoid the lower half and trying to avoid the mirror matchups for as long as possible before eventually embracing them. That's the plan, Bobby. That's the plan. I keep missing these guys. Oh no, Railgun, no. We need some Zerg representation. We need some Zergs, Bobby. Por favor. Give us some Railgun. Idle question: Do pro players trust randoms while they reveal a race at GLHF? I'd assume on ladder probably less, but in tournaments usually legit. Yeah, I don't think we've ever had an instance where a random player has lied to their opponents in a tournament. Like, we've had a decent chunk of random players, and yeah, I don't think that's ever happened. I don't think. Obviously, there's nothing forcing them to tell the truth. They could just, you know, say something that isn't quite true, but yeah, usually that is not the case, at least in tournaments. Obviously on ladder it's different, but I think in tournaments, because pro players and because these players, they play so often with each other and all that, we're in an era of StarCraft where we don't really have many BM players. Like, I don't know, I think nowadays, I think the closest you get is like maybe Percival. Like Percival, he's known to like no GG before and stuff like Percival. He can be a very emotional player, like that is known for sure. But I think that's the most you get, right? Is like a no GG or like or something of that nature. And I think the reason for that is because the StarCraft 2 pro scene is so close and so tight knit. Like, everyone kind of knows everyone. So yeah, I don't know. It'd be kind of weird if there was any like known BMer, just because, like, you know, like everyone like meets up and hangs out like in IRL tournaments, for example, and big events, and yeah, it's a little bit different. A little bit different than back in the day. But part of it, I think, is just because this StarCraft has been around for so long and just everyone knows everyone now. Doesn't really happen too much. But until then, I guess we're going to be cutting to a break. We do have some updates. Looks like Nickrat did take down Nice 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, and Creator is continuing his series as well. But we may just go on a short break, and I think I have eyes on a series. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Oh, see you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely break and that lovely brutal OST. As we return with the quarterfinals. We return here with the round of 8, and spawning in the right-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. Here we go. So we're getting into our TVT. We're getting into the second series of the broadcast. And again, to apologize for the extended break, for the extended delay, but now we are back in the swing of things here. And again, we're in the quarterfinals. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Coming into this TVT, ByuN is the favorite player. I mean, he's the #1 seed to win the entire tournament. Can anyone bring him down? I would say that Nicaract has a bit of history with ByuN. At a time was known as the ByuN Slayer, was one that was reliably beating ByuN, especially in OSC Best of Ones in the King of the Hill format. We'll see how he does approach ByuN this time, though, of course, many seasons, many years later. We are on a larger map, but longer rush distance by ground. When I think of Nicaract in TVT, he's usually a lot more of an aggressive player. I expect to see Nicaract be active when our players are taking their third bases. Specifically, when we're taking our third bases, I do expect to see committed move-outs to try and apply pressure, deny, or even contain his opponents on 2 bases. We'll see. For now, single gas opener out of Nicaract, single gas out of ByuN as well. We have mirrored openers, mirrored builds for the time being. So far, so good. So far, so good. From here, we're going to be opening up again. Nothing too crazy so far. It is not uncommon to see Terran players go for proxies and go for early game shenanigans in TVT, but everything is on the up and up here. Everything is above board. There's no proxies. There's no early aggression. At least no signs of that yet. We do have an extra Reaper on the way from ByuN. Interesting. So he's going to be continuing and applying more pressure with his initial Reapers. Meanwhile, Nicaract's going for a faster factory instead. SVC attack. Ooh, and ByuN shoots first. Yeah, ByuN gets an extra shot off. He will delay the CC, and ByuN will bully Nicaract back. Bearing in mind, Nicaract does not have a second Reaper. And no second Reaper. Takes too many hits. The first Reaper is going to go down. ByuN, he will out control. And can he delay once? Again, he can, and he will. Oof, another SCV goes down. And remember, there's a second Reaper on the way for ByuN, and he wants it. No, he wants it. No, he will get it. He gets the Reaper. Massive pickup. Hellion is on the way. Until then, more SCVs are going down, and it's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. Here comes our second Reaper. Oof, 4 SCVs. And ByuN, this has paid for itself, more than paid for itself. Remember, there's still no CC. It's still heavily delayed. ByuN double checks, confirms there is still no SCV. Oof. Trades the Reaper for Hellion, worth it here for ByuN. And he wants that SCV. This time he shouldn't get it. But again, I'm sure he's satisfied with what he's done, with what he's achieved so far with these 2 Reapers. Killing 4 SCVs, a Reaper, a Hellion, a massive delay on the command center, a massive delay on the orbital as well as a result. And so far, a nice start for ByuN. So far, so good. So far, so good. So from here, ByuN is going for his follow-up. Cyclones to be safe. Ravens as well for harass. ByuN is enjoying a lead. And from here, it's all about maintaining that lead. Right? ByuN, he's up in workers. He even snipes the Hellion. From here, he can build up into a 3rd CC, and I would say that Nicaract is going to be forced to be aggressive. Nicaract, he knows that he's behind. He knows he's taking too much damage. It's going to be on Nicaract to find something across the map. But ByuN gets a 3rd CC. No surprises here. I would be surprised if Nicaract expands. But we'll see. We'll see how and when and if. As for now, he's just building up his army. I'm curious if he throws down a second starport. But even then, it's the Old Republic. Like, the rush distance by ground is so long. There's he's halfway done. Extra ranks is on the way for ByuN. And eyes are still on Nicorette. ByuN not getting double ebays, double upgrades. Is ByuN being too greedy? I mean, he is being greedy, that's true, but he has a better economy to afford some of this. Does have the economy for it. Here comes the move out, here comes the push. Now Nicorette does expand behind this. He's going for the third CC. It's a very delayed third base. But Nicorette is hoping to at least contain his opponents. At least contain ByuN while he takes his own third. Nicorette moves out. It's nice with the Cyclone, it's not bad. Scans ahead of time. Now remember, ByuN, he has yet to take his base, but he is getting more upgrades. Better upgrades, better tech, better production. Nicorette, he has a lot of disables. Swagger for no! Ooh, there's one full energy Raven. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, brutal snipe. Down to 2 Ravens. ByuN tries to break out. Just waiting for reinforcements. 1-1 upgrades are almost done. ByuN getting ready for 2-2. Nicorette is now taking his own third. Oh! Yeah, he has to be so careful with those Ravens. Well, not quite on the tank. Not quite. And Nicorette will delay the CC. Should not get a kill. So boys are here to repair. And Nicorette, he has to get out of here. Yeah, thankfully he does on siege. He has to pull out. Again, if he stays too long, he will lose everything. So Nicorette, he wants to get the hell out of here. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Doesn't want to overextend. As Nicorette gets his own third base up. Ooh, double disable, triple disable even. One tank goes down and Nicorette, he's going to lose everything. Ay, ay, ay. Tank stays on step forward. Remember, 1-1 did kick in for ByuN. GG gets called, and ByuN will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. As we did mention, Nicorette, that was the time where he had to pull out. He had to race back home. Unfortunately, he got caught in the center of the map. Didn't quite make it home in time. It was just a really rough position for Nicorette, considering the early game, right? He was behind. He was behind. That's why Nicorette was being as aggressive as he was. That's why he was doing the best he could to delay the third base of ByuN, to take his own third as well. But again, he was lacking in other aspects. He was lacking in the production, in the army, and the upgrades as well. And again, got caught out. Go caught out. GG, well played. With that, ByuN does take a lead, and now we're loading into game number 2. Going to be loading into Ruby Rock. Here we go. Also, I just realized I don't think I did predictions for game 1. No. My apologies. There we go. If you're in the chat, it's Gamba time. Predictions are open. I do apologize. Usually we do have predictions at the start of the series, but best of luck. Best of luck. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran leading the series 1-0 for Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicorette. As we're getting into our TBT. So we're getting into game 2. Once again, last game, ByuN, he had such a strong start with his first Reaper. He was able to bring one of the SCVs, tank some shots to get the first shot off on the Reaper of Nicorette, and just snowball out of control. Wasn't just that, ByuN did choose to delay his factory in favor of a second Reaper as well, and he was just able to overwhelm Nicorette, get a massive lead early on, and just snowball from there. This time though, Nicorette is going for a second Gas Geyser. and so is ByuN. Great minds think alike. Last game, both players went for more economic starts. At this time, both players are going for more tech-heavy starts. It makes sense. This is a smaller map, so the likelihood of there being aggression from your opponents is much higher. So both players are playing it safe. This typically means faster factory, faster tech lab, faster cyclones, for example, just faster tech overall. And it's considered to be just a safer way to play. It also means that if your opponent was going for a proxy, for example, you'd be able to get your Hellion out in time to defend. So again, just a safer and more tech-heavy way to play. Nickrack poked in, confirmed no proxy. Meanwhile, ByuN, no SCV scout. So ByuN does have the slightly better economy. Basically, Nickrack, he has one extra SCV that is not mining. Meanwhile, ByuN, because he did an SCV scout, that one extra SCV has been mining this entire time. So again, just a slight lead. Nickrack moves in. Nickrack shoots first. Nicely done. Does shoot first. Moves in, delays the command center. Ooh, and Nickrack should win this fight. Oh, gonna be zoned away. Barely zoned back. A second Reaper has arrived. ByuN, he will hold. And Nickrack has to get out of here. No! He has to get out. No, he's getting caught. Okay, does pull away. Does pull away in time. Does not lose the Reaper. There's that CC. Slightly faster for Nickrack. And he's going for a reacted Reaper Hellion. Okay, so he's continuing Reaper production. Meanwhile, we had ByuN going for the Tech Lab, going for Cyclones, going for the add-ons. ByuN is taking up into a stronger mid-game. Meanwhile, Nickrack has potential early on with the Mass Reaper Hellion. Of course, this army that Nickrack is building up, it doesn't really scale too well over time. So this is a big investment, and we'll see if we can kill some SCVs. The goal here is to break into the natural. Or into the main. Ooh, as Nickrack moves out, ByuN moves in. Oof, and there's nothing at home. There's nothing at home to defend. SCVs will go down, getting one, getting two SCV kills already. Nice starts. Nickrack committing in, delays the CC. Even better, okay. Delays the CC, gets one, gets two SCVs. Doesn't break into the main. Ooh. It's going to be zoned back. And again, not a bad start here from Nickrack. At the same time, though, he's still losing a lot of SCVs, losing up to 6. Ay, 6 SCV kills. I mean, at least he delayed the command center. True. Like, that makes up for it a little bit. As ByuN goes back in. It's cleaned up. ByuN does have the higher worker count, but again, late command center, late mining, and also late orbital, late mules. So we have a bit of a back and forth. I still think I favor ByuN slightly here. He's got his Cyclones, getting into tank production, his Ravens as well. We'll see. So slowing things down. True, I didn't realize, but the Reaper Hellion from Nickrack, he preserved it. He was able to preserve the Reaper Hellion, so now he actually has a decent force to work with here. If at all possible, he might be able to... that I'm not so sure of. I was going to say he might be able to break into the natural, but the tank is in position, and trying to break this siege position is going to be difficult. He's going for it. Oh. He commits in, takes a tank shot to the face, and he gets punished, losing a Hellion, losing 2 Reapers. Yeah, not worth it for Nickrack. So he'll lose that next Reaper. Does get the 3rd CC. He's aware that ByuN is not going for an all-in. As ByuN breaks out. Ooh, it does get one of the Cyclones. Oh my god, that was the range there was crazy. As Nickrack, he bleeds out most of his army. Let's pull away. They snipe each other. Nickrack has no 3rd CC of his own. Is pushing forward. When it comes to Ravens, we have 3 versus 2, so we do have an extra Raven here for Nickrack. Speaking of Ravens, one harassing in the main. ByuN gets 2 more SCVs. CV kills Nickrat. He does race across the map. He's going for the third base location. He wants to delay ByuN. As the Raven goes back in. More harass. Getting deja vu here as massive shots go off. Marines get punished. Nickrat, the first to disable. Doesn't get the tank though. And not quite able to. ByuN pulling back. Bearing in mind that ByuN, he's a little more limited here in his Raven spell usage, of course, because he has one Raven harassing. So very limited. Disable goes off. Boys are being pulled. ByuN is going to try to break out. The tank's on siege. Oh no! Yeah, tank's on siege, and ByuN, can he get on top of this? He cannot. They cannot. Massive shots going off. 7 SCVs go down. Disables are running out though. We have 4 Ravens in the air. The Viking! Wow, the Vikings land. They take down the tanks, and ByuN, he shuts down the push. He shuts down the all-in, and ByuN takes the series 2-0. GG. No shot. GG, well played. ByuN, he pulled off the defense with 1 Raven, by the way. He had 1 Raven against 4 opposing Ravens here of Nickrat, and he was able to disable initially, but the disables ran out. He had no NG left over. We saw that the Vikings came in from behind and landed on the tanks of Nickrat, and with that he lost everything. Initially, it looked like things were going well. He was able to punish the SCVs, he was able to disable the tanks, but alas, he just didn't have enough support for his tanks, didn't have enough bio army to protect, to support, and to break through. GG. GG, well played. With that, ByuN does claim the series 2-0, does advance on to the next round, and let's catch up in the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Okay, from the top, we do have ByuN. ByuN, he does take down Nickrat. ByuN's going to be the first player to make it to the semifinals. Oh. Meanwhile, we do have the quarterfinals all underway. Let's go. We have Cristiano. Cristiano takes down Sandwich 2-0. Cristiano is up against Percival in the quarterfinals. They're currently mid-series, I think, or they might be getting ready for game 1. We'll see, but I have my eyes on Cristiano and Percival. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE takes down Ragnar. Geralt takes down Art at 2-1. We have ShoWTimE versus Geralt in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, we have Creator taking down Nylon. Shameless takes down Azura. We have Creator versus Shameless in the quarterfinals as well. Here we go. So we have our top 8. ByuN the first to make it to the semifinals, and it looks like Cristiano and Percival are getting ready for their next game. One moment. As the winner goes up against ByuN. They're about to start. Okay, so fresh series. Fresh series. Beautiful. So the plan is currently to go Cristiano versus Percival into ByuN into the lower semifinals. But when it comes to the semis, we'll be jumping into whichever one is available first. So whoever's ready first, we'll be covering next. But we're kind of nearing the tail end of the tournament, bearing in mind that currently we do cast both semifinals, so we'll be able to cover the winner of the lower bracket matches as well. Should be the case. Good noon. Iceland. Good morning, Papi. Good morning. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. As we are going to be cutting to a short break. Should be a short break here. I believe Percival and Cristiano are conducting their vetoes. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have Percival and Cristiano. See you soon. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the quarterfinals. We're going to the quarterfinals here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 117. We have a fresh series ready for you. Bearing in mind that ByuN is waiting in the semifinals for the winner of this series. Will it be a TVT or a TVP semis? We're here to find out. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Polish Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. The Tuna himself, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Percival. And if you're in the chats, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will it go the way of Cristiano? Will it go the way of Percival? It could go either way, but there's a lot of hype around Percival as of late. Remember, he did defeat Classic in the finals of the December monthly, of the Sparkling Tuna Cup December monthly finals. Percival did take down a Classic in that best of 5. True, that was not too long ago, but let us settle on in. And meanwhile, during the break, a big shout out to Fubor in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Quack, baby, quack. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Likewise, thank you so much for the $6.90. Nice. This is for the bunnies. Thank you, baby. Thank you. We appreciate it. We do appreciate it. Again, it's been a very, very, very stressful 2026, and it will continue to be stressful as well, unfortunately. But we'll get through it. Again, if you want an update in regards to what's been going on with our bunnies, we did speak on it a couple of days ago in stream, and the VOD is clipped on Discord. I think it's pinned on Discord if you want like a specific update on that. But I guess we do have another update for that as well, and I guess I can give it in a couple of days. But yeah, it's been very, very stressful 2026. It's it's not been good, and that's going to continue. But meanwhile, we do have our initial opener here going for Concussive Shell. Initially was an economic start, going for a Rax Expand economic opener out of Percival, but following up with the Marauder. Now, the goal here, the plan, if you look at Cristiano's vision, he scouted the opener, he saw it was more economic, and that should ideally prompt Cristiano to be aggressive and to try to punish and delay the CC. Percival, he's banking on that. He's like, hey, oh no, I went for an economic start. Let us hide the Marauder here on the right hand side, lure in an Adept, a Stalker, come in from behind, and catch the first gateway units. Speaking of, here comes the Adept. So again, this is a trap. Percival, he set up, and we'll see if Cristiano gets caught. As ideally, Percival, he would have been here on the right-hand side. He does meet the Adept head-on, and he will catch it. And I believe it's going to go down. It's going to be close, but there we go. The Adept is going to get picked off. A nice start here for Percival. Pulls back the weakened Marine, preserves the army, moves out across the map, and Cristiano he does fail to delay the CC, or to get any economic damage done. So nice start here for Percival. Again, that was the goal, that was the plan, that was the hope, and now it's time to counterattack. And back at home, it's going to be a tough hold. No safety shield battery. We have 2 Stalkers back at home. We have a 3rd Stalker being chronoed as we speak. With 3 Stalkers, Cristiano should be able to hold on, but we'll see if Percival can find some damage. We'll see if he can pick up a pylon and get some probe kills, or even get a Stalker. And speaking of going for one, nice control by Cristiano, pulls away the weakened Stalker, gets one of the Marauders, and he will bully the second. So Percival, he overextends, doesn't get a single unit. Nice hold here from Cristiano. Again, able to chrono out in time, able to get that 3rd Stalker, and didn't lose anything here in the defense. So we have a give and take. Percival, he caught the first Adept, but he overextended, losing 2 Marauders, and he immediately, bam, 3rd Nexus. Cristiano, he expands, going for 3-gate blink into a 3rd base. This is a 3rd Nexus before the Robo, so this could have been, this is relatively greedy. It could have been more defensive. We could have seen a faster Robo and faster gases. But Cristiano does claim his 3rd, and Percival does confirm. Percival, he pokes in, does confirm the 3rd Nexus. Percival, he is building up. We do see that he's going for a he's going for a 3cc 3 racks here. My apologies, I was so fixated on the Marauder aggression that I didn't actually get the eyes on the follow-up. So very economic 3cc 3 racks. Checking the vision of the hallucination, Cristiano, he did confirm the 3rd cc, so he's aware of how greedy Percival was being. Again, Percival, he delayed his starport quite heavily here, even after the eBay. after the double eBay. So double eBay before Starports, his 30C, his 3 Raxes, building up his bio army. Cristiano, he knows that he needs to catch up, economically at least. So cordering out those probes, working on his splash damage, and hoping to slow down any kind of move outs. I didn't really get to speak on the map itself, but welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Aggression is favored here on Tourmaline as well. Aggression is favored. Cristiano pokes in at the same time, dropping into the mineral line. So far, distracting Percival. Oh, does get 1 SCV and not much damage here, just the 1. As Percival, he successfully defends. Not just that, but he actually peels off some units to harass. So he gets across the map, back at him. Cristiano, he has a couple of sentries, has a shield battery. Oh, army comes in from behind and gets a stalker. Nice catch out of Percival. At the same time, drop back into the natural. No extra damage. And no extra SCVs. Percival so far is keeping up with the aggression, and it will soon move out. 1-1 is finishing up. Medevacs have finally arrived. Percival can start to be active. And Cristiano back at home, he's slowly building up those Colossi. He's got 1 so far, second Robo's on the way, double Forge is on the way. It's still going to take a little bit longer here for Cristiano to really hit his stride and really embrace the mid game. He needs more time. Cristiano does need more time. And Percival actually getting a 4th CC. Okay, I assumed he was going to be a little bit more active and a little bit more aggressive, but no. He's getting a 4th base, building up his Vikings. Ghost production has begun. And we'll see if he goes for a fusion core. We'll see if he stays back at home. There we go. As he's looking to move out, he did just spot the main army. He had a spotted Marine. Oh! Yeah, Mayans, they do punish. We'll lose one of the Vikings, but does get a Stalker. Now, what's important here is that Cristiano, he was just posturing. He was just posturing. He had no intention to commit in. The Zealot does poke in towards the 3rd base, and Cristiano is getting his 4th up and running. Oh. Nice EMP. EMP lands. Another Zealot here into the mineral line. Just ensuring that Percival is in position, that he's pinned back. And Cristiano pulls away. Again, the EMP did cover both Colossi. As he's switching into disruptors, a 5th Nexus is now being thrown down. And hey, Cristiano, he got away with his 4th. His 4th base is up, Cristiano close to maxing. The harass, they run by each other. Oh! Oof. Sometimes we connect. Still another Nova just zoning away, getting into the mineral line. Nova's a mainly zone. I believe they're all on cooldown. And as Cristiano's distracted, Percival is going in. He's going in for the 3rd base. Please have a lot of Marines. But the drop gets into the mineral line. 5 probes going down at the same time. Cristiano, he commits. Oh! He's going for the planetary. And doesn't quite get it. Okay, planetary's getting low. Oof. Nova graces the army, no major connection. And Percival does hold on at the same time. Oh, Marines, they get into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Oh no, it comes back too soon. 13, 14 probe kills. Insane damage. 15 probes go down. Cristiano, his economy is struggling. But his main army is still looking terrifying. He's still got 4 disruptors. 4 disruptors of the main army. Sorry, 5. Didn't notice the one in the back. Oof. Oh my god. Nice connection. 2 Novas going off. There's 3 Novas left. But Cristiano, he did not get the center expansion. Drew failed to kill the planetary. I feel like he could have. I feel like there was an opportunity there for him to maybe zone away and focus it down. Who else is going to be falling? Has no major connections with the Novas, just mainly dancing with the army. But Percival is running into ByuN. Let's get one disruptor. Oof. Yeah, he gets one, and Novas, they will connect. Oof. And Novas are connecting, but it might just not be enough. It's gonna be close. There's a Colossus. Colossus on the way. Boys are being pulled. Not enough Zealots. But here they come. Yeah, Zealots are now coming in. There's 2 disruptors left over. They're about to come off a cooldown. Ooh, Novas are connecting. And Cristiano does it. Cristiano, he has barely broken through. He breaks through the main army, gets into the mineral line, and Cristiano, he has broken the third. There's 1 disruptor remaining. Plenty of gateway units, Zealots, Stalkers. Cristiano, he doesn't get a kill. Doesn't quite get the kill. Final disruptor goes down, but plenty of Zealot reinforcements chasing down the Vikings. And now he's switching back into Colossus. The Colossus are coming. Ay, ay, ay. And barely gets a CC. Command center goes down. More reinforcements. And again, Cristiano, he has broken Percival. Percival down to 3 CCs. Down to 3 bases. And again, the Viking count was reset. No more Vikings. No more Vikings. Colossus are on the way. Momentum is still on Cristiano's side. It is unfortunate he did lose all the disruptors. True. Did lose all the disruptors. But he should still win the head-on fight. Where are we headed? Breaking the planetary is not going to be easy. But Cristiano should soon max out. He is about to max out. Rotating over once again to the now new 3rd base. There is no planetary. EMP does graze the army. Again, still 0 Vikings. We have Liberators on the way instead. That will help. He needs more time. Now there's 3 Colossus. Nice EMP. EMPs are good, but the Colossus, they just get free damage. Swipes being spent here on the CC. It's also going down. Okay, now focusing on the main army. Liberator should be targeted. And is. Oh no! Nice splits. Oh my god. The splits are crazy. That's still 20 dead SCVs. Still 20 dead workers. The splits are too little too late. Now we have 4 Colossus. Oh my god. The lasers back. Punish the ByuN. And now he's going for the kill. Going for the throats. As I mentioned earlier, the previous fight was what broke Percival. Blinks forward. GG gets called, and Cristiano takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Cristiano does take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense back and forth here. We saw that Cristiano was being a little bit greedy and he was vulnerable before he got his Colossus up and running, before his 4th base got saturated, but Cristiano did a great job when it came to posturing, right? When it came to posturing, when it came to containing Percival on his 3 bases and ensuring that Percival didn't move out before Cristiano was ready, before he had those 3 Colossus up and running. GG. GG, well played. Again, we saw some insane Novas connecting as well, and he was able to keep up and contain Percival. Percival had some nice moments himself. I was very appreciative of his drop play. He was able to get across the map, get 15 probe kills. That was a very nice moment for Percival, but unfortunately, he just wasn't able to defend back at home. Yes, he was able to hold on to his planetary, hold on to his 4th base, but there was a big kind of gap in his defenses at his 3rd. At his 3rd base. That's where Cristiano had a lot more success. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into our next game. Going to be loading into White Rabbit for game number 2. And we'll see if Percival can bounce back. We'll see if he can recover. We'll see if he can force the ace match. Let's go. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, Shema, papi, Shema. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Looks like the lower semifinals are already first, so we're going to be wrapping up Christiana versus Percival. Then once the series does finish, we'll be jumping down into ShoWTimE versus Creator, as that is going to be the first semifinals. Just setting up. And spawning in the top right hand corner here of White Rabbits, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, the Polish Protoss representing Upside Esports. It is Christiana. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing himself. I guess Kirktown. It is Percival. We go. As we're getting into the quarterfinals, as we're getting into game number 2, again, Christiana does take a lead, and we'll see if he can extend that lead and claim the series. Otherwise, we'll see if Percival can bring it back. Once again, we are now going to be switching to White Rabbits. Game 1 was on Tourmaline, a much smaller map, a much more aggressive map, but here we have a much larger map instead. White Rabbits, one of the larger maps in the map pool, a longer rush distance by ground, does have some relatively open 3rd and 4th base locations, relatively open. But more importantly, I would say that the distance between these bases is quite long, so reacting and rotating even defensively can be quite difficult here in White Rabbits on some of these longer and later games. So we'll see if we do end up embracing a longer and later game as well. I will say that we have seen a lot of success from aggressive Terran players here, just because we've seen maybe just too much or overly greedy play from Protosses and just being caught with their pants down from being overly greedy. True. We have seen some successful 2-base all-ins. But we'll see. So far, Christiana just being as annoying as possible, delaying quite a bit, as that's going to be a very delayed natural. I say very delayed. We'll go up to around 500 minerals. So delayed by a couple of seconds. Oh, and Christiana even making the first Zealot. Okay. Does make the first Zealot. Moves out across the map. Yeah, so far Christiana, he rides with the Adept as well. His goal here was to delay the CC, but he fails to do so. Marines did a great job at zoning. The CC does complete. SCV survives, and so far Percival holds. Just a little bit distracted. Nice auto stepping here. Catching out the Adept. So far, Percival just stands in with the army, just trying to keep it busy. Protecting his mineral line. Cyclone has arrived as well, and oh, that's going to be 2 dead Adepts here. Again, Christiana, he's been trying to be aggressive and active early on here, but has not been worth it. Losing a Zealot, losing 3 Adepts, losing a little momentum. Bearing in mind that some warpins are very limited. This early on in the game, we have very limited warpins. Christiana following up with 4 Gapeling Stalker, but he only has 2 Stalkers. Shield batteries on the way. Again, losing those 3 Adepts may have just cost him the game. Straight up here, Warpins. Okay, we do have 4 Stalkers in total. Blink is not going to be done in time. Percival is moving in. There's 1 more Warp in, getting up to 5 Stalkers. Shield battery is done. Cristiano holds. Whew. So Cristiano, he does hold on. Was a rough start, and you can see that Percival, he tried to punish, but oh, Percival gets punished instead. Actually reminding me of last game. If you remember what happened in game 1, game 1, Percival, he caught the initial Adept with the Marauder-based opener, went for the counterattack, and he lost both Marauders. Similar here, where Percival, he caught 3 Adepts, moves out, and loses the Cyclone in the counterattack. So both games here, Percival, he would have a decent start, but then overextend across the map and lose too much. You know, here comes Cristiano. This time Blink is complete. The bunker is not yet done. And will not finish. And using that whole position micro. Getting into the bunker, forcing the cancel. Now, even though this is 4-gate Blink Stalker, Cristiano no Robo, right? Delayed Robo, going for a faster throw base instead. Cristiano looks like this is more responsive and reactive to the aggression of his opponent. Shuts down the Liberator. Doesn't lose a single probe. Okay. Clean defense out of Cristiano. Percival, he peels off a drop. Cristiano building up, and this time not going into Colossus. Okay, last game, if you remember, it was Blink Stalker into faster Colossus, into charge. This time going for Storm. Storm is on the horizon. Percival moves out. As he moves out, Cristiano moves in. They catch some reinforcements. Percival, he does turn back around. And turns around back home. So we have that recall. Recall's now on cooldown. Percival ready for a drop. Without a defensive warping, this drop can get a lot done. So we have High Templar warping in instead. Oh, force morph into the Archon. Marines, they get into the mineral line, getting 4 pro kills so far, not bad. 4 probes go down. Percival leaving his army idle. Doesn't push. But goes back into the natural. And they get 6 probes. Not bad. 6, 7 probes go down. Can we get 8? Ooh, barely does. 8 probe kills, nice damage. Medevac even trying to get out. Shouldn't be able to. But again, Cristiano's economy is crippled. Percival getting his own 3rd base, and Cristiano, he should have a 4th. The 4th base should already be here. Again, no 4th expansion. I mean, I say that there's a reason for that. This is very intense, and I'm a little bit shocked. We had the Temple Archives, no Storm. Temple Archives into a 2nd Robo, into a Bay, into double Forge, and that's part of the reasons why the 4th base is so delayed. So we're throwing down a lot of tech here, but splash damage is very delayed because, I mean, there should have at least been Storm by now. So heavily delayed splash damage is going to be a big period in time where Percival can be more aggressive and more active. Fourth base now being taken. And if given time, Cristiano, this build and this follow-up can kick in and it can excel in the mid-game. I mentioned this earlier, but this is a larger map, so if Percival, if he fails to be aggressive, if he fails to punish Cristiano, then, I mean, this can hit hard. If given time. The problem here is that Percival, he already has Ghosts on the way, right? Making 3 Ghosts at a time, he's already making Vikings as well. I do favor Percival's position. He's not a passive player. As Cristiano's even double expanding. I mean, that's how late his 4th was. So even before the 4th is done, he's getting a 5th base. And this is a lot of greed. It's a lot of greed here. It's just a lot of money being invested into upgrades, into production, into the economy, all at once. And Percival, he's moving out. He's got 4 Vikings with the main army. He's got his 4 Vikings. First disruptor has arrived. Okay, true. Doesn't want to waste it. Never goes off. Oh no! It does not get one of the widow mines. That was unfortunate. But I should clean this up without too much issues. Yeah. Yeah, this making 2 disruptors at a time. And I mean, hey, Cristiano, he's getting away with it. I will say he's getting away with it. The disruptors are building up. I'll say that Percival, he's securing his own economy as well, though. Getting his 4th. He's trying to. SCP. Nova does crazy army. Second Nova goes off. Oh my god, massive connection. Yeah, Nova goes off. Army rushes in, and Cristiano, he may have just done it. He may have just done it here. Colossus are being targeted down, but the ground army here, I don't know if there's enough. The CC gets it. Takes down the command center. Denies the 4th base. Again, there's barely an army left standing. The one thing keeping Percival alive here, no prism. No war prism, delayed reinforcements, delayed warp-ins. As Cristiano is forced back. But that's what he needs to do. That he achieved what he wanted here, which was to break the 4th. To kill the CC, to keep Percival in a 3-base economy, and to get ahead. 6 base. 6 necklace on the way. Cristiano moving out. Cristiano's rotating her way in. Planetary's on the way. Now, Percival, if he can recover, if he can build up this 4th base, he can recover, right? Percival, he himself is almost maxed. You can see he's switching to Mass Liberator. And the goal here is for Percival to slow the game down and to turtle up on 4 bases. The freedom is here. Got the freedom, got the Vikings. One more volley, gets a Colossus. 0 Colossi left. Novas, they mainly zone. Like raising the army. Not quite connecting though, or at least not quite getting a ghost. Nice target firing at a Percival, gets one of the disruptors. At the same time, Cristiano, he attempts his run by, but Percival, he does have units in position. Up! Better connection. Better connection towards the end. Again, very intensive for Cristiano. Playing with fire, his army is just so fragile. And he pulls back. Okay, he pulls back, pulls away. The run by was dealt with. Percival, he's maxed out. Now working towards his fusion core. Getting into Liberator range. And even though Cristiano initially killed the center expansion, he wasn't able to stop him from getting back up and running. And this is now getting dire for Cristiano. The reality is that Percival, he's building up a superior composition. As long as he's in position, as long as he's sieged up, he's got how many Liberators? 8. 8 Liberators. Sieging up on the left-hand side. Engagement happening on the right. And Nova's going to be connecting. Liberators are just out of position. Nice target firing with the Disruptors, getting 1, 2, 3, 4, getting all 5 Disruptors. But the Zealots, yeah, Zealots overwhelm. Barely brace on through. Cleans up the entire army, and again, the Liberators, they were out of position. Ay, ay, ay. Not enough Stalkers, though. Yeah, barely not enough Stalkers. Cristiano has to pull away. That was a better engage for Cristiano overall. But, I mean, I say that. He did lose 5 Disruptors. True. Did lose 5 Disruptors. Gets a tank. Gets 2. And again, you can see that he just has to avoid these liberators. Just avoid the libs. Pull back, rotate around. Look for another way in. This time, Percival's keeping up. This time he keeps up with the rotation. And Cristiano, he cannot push into this. Losing a Colossus. Cristiano pulls away. Percival, he spots this. We should be unsieging. Uh-oh. A little bit late. Does siege in time. Percival peels off a couple of zealots, goes for the run by. At the same time, pulling further back. Percival, he's aware. He's keeping up. So far as keeping up with the army, scan confirms. And so far, so good. It's all about positional play here. It's all about positional play with the planetary. Yeah, planetary exposed, does dive in, takes a mine shot to the face, and does not get the planetary. Yeah, brutal pick up here, and Cristiano, he's falling further behind. Right, like with these rotations, with this composition, he had to kill some bases, and he failed to do so. Failed to kill bases, and Percival, this defense will soon turn into an offense. Sky Toss is on the way, 3 Stargates, Fleet Beacon, Storm, Mothership. This is all late. This is all late here. Now the goal for Cristiano is he has to buy time. He has to do everything he can to keep Percival at home and buy time for the Sky Toss transition. So there's a big window here where Cristiano is vulnerable. Big window. Percival gets across the map. Denies the expansion. This is an expensive drop as there's 3 goes. Down to 2. But he's pushing. Yeah, his main arm is pushing. Oh no! His main arm is pushing in. Does catch a Colossus. Colossus and Immortal, and Percival, he may have just done it here. May have just done it. Takes down one of the Stargates. We did mention here that Cristiano did everything he could to contain Percival, and he fails to contain. Remember, this main army from Percival cannot be dealt with. Or at least it shouldn't be. Yeah, I don't want to siege up like this. There's too much liberation. There's too much freedom back. As Percival takes down 2 bases. Takes down the triangular 3rd. Takes down the center 4th. Or the center right. Cristiano pulling away again, still trying to get into those carriers, trying to get into Sky Toss. He still needs more time. Once again, we can see that Cristiano's trying to reposition, trying to find the army, or trying to catch him unsieged. They cannot. The Freedom Zone just bully Cristiano back. Gets one of the Colossus, gets 2. 2 Colossi go down. Some brutal losses there. At the same time, we're getting up to 4 starports for Percival as well. More CCs. And again, this is what we kind of speak on when it comes to TVP, is that this is like the end game. This is like the perfect composition for Terran. And Cristiano's just been outscaled. I do like his recall. Recalls to the right, he gets a base, but he will lose his zone. So trading bases, that's a kill. Both players losing expansions. Percival, he commits across the map. But he does keep his liberators back at home. And as we mentioned, Cristiano, he can never fight into these liberators. He just never can. Or at least he should never be able to. How do you deal with mass lib? Sky Toss, but Cristiano's not there, right? He's not quite there. Does catch some of the bio though. Okay, nice around. Rotating to the right, he's going for the planetary. Ooh, carrier gets punished. And the Zealots, they don't get much done. Yeah, they don't really get much done here. Has to pull away. A messy engage here from Cristiano. Once again, they're getting on top of the ghost. Oh, gets one. Yeah, he's getting on top of the ghost. The storm with the Liberators are stacked. Oh my god, the Liberators are finally going to go down. Massive storm. Percival, that should not have happened. Okay, Cristiano's still in this. At the same time, Zell's taking it into the mineral lines. SCVs are going down. And again, basically, Percival, he stacked all of his libs. He stacked them all in one storm connected with every single Liberator. Cristiano, can he do it? Down to still 6 though. Still 6 Liberators. There's 1 High Templar. Rotates, kills the CC. Nice EMPs. Let's catch the High Templar. Snipes as well. And you can see there's just hit and run tactics here for Cristiano. Like he has to just poke in, pull away. Other carriers. Yeah, carriers are exposed. We'll lose 1. Massive pickup. Lose 1. We'll lose 2 carrier. Oh, he's gonna lose all 3. Oh my god. Expensive losses here for Cristiano. Losing all 3 carriers. Losing his Archons as well. Messy engage from the Protoss. Oh. Does get on top Liberators though. Does get on top. Takes down 2. The Novas. One of them connects, but there's just not enough. There's not enough on the ground. Percival, he has done it. He breaks the main army. Again, he just killed 3 carriers. And he's going to keep going. And again, it was impressive that Cristiano had a nice moment here where he was able to reset the Liberator counts. Never thought that would happen. It was a nice moment, but that was not quite enough. It's not enough here. As Cristiano is just getting desperate, trying to harass Percival. I mean, this is not enough to really drag Percival back home. Not enough to draw him back home. He just commits. Kills more bases. And Cristiano's broke. Cristiano, he has limited resources here. He's on, what, a 2-base economy. Cristiano cannot max out. Meanwhile, big shout out to Spaguts in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing here for 10 months, Papi. Almost a year. Almost a year of support. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Este Spaguts. Me gusta this stream, Papi. Gracias, Papi. Gracias. We appreciate it. We appreciate the support. The army recalls are over to catch out some of these ghosts. And we'll get them. Oh god, it's still a brutal trade. So many stalkers go down. Percival coming in from behind. Catching out, what, 2, 3 more stalkers. Gets another carrier. And so many carriers have gone down this game and they've not paid for themselves. Do get a nice storm. And Cristiano, he's only fighting half the army, so that does help somewhat. As we'll be losing bases back at home. And once again, though, he kind of push into these freedom zones. The final carrier goes down. The mothership as well. Nothing left in the sky. Nice storm. But everything back at home should fall. As Percival just hunting on the final bases here, the final mining of Cristiano. There's the recall back home. Percival, you just stand and fights. EMPs the entire army. GG gets called, and we are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Cristiano, he honestly had a decent start. I was very impressed that Cristiano was able to break the 4th base. If you remember, the first time he pushed in, he was able to break the 4th expansion, but we spoke about it at the time. He had no way to reinforce the army. There was no proxy pylon or war prism, so he wasn't really able to press his advantage. He was deflected eventually, couldn't quite kill Percival, and then Percival was able to turtle, was able to restabilize, was able to get his 4th base back up and running, get a 5th base as well, turtle up, max out, and get that perfect army, that perfect death ball of an army of Viking Ghost Liberator. and Cristiano could never fight that head on. There were some nice moments that we spoke on, right? When we saw all the Liberators stacked, we saw a big storm, and he did kill the Liberators. So there were some nice moments for sure, and some okay rotations, but for the most part, Cristiano, he was unable to buy time for his Sky Toss. Unfortunately, Cristiano, I would say he stayed too long on a gateway composition. It was clear at a certain point that he could not actually break the defenses, but he kept trying. He kept rotating back, forth, back again into the center base, the southern 4th, the northern 5th base. He just kept rotating, was unable to find a way in, and after some time, then he finally decided, oh, this isn't working. Now I need Sky Toss. Whereas if that decision was made earlier, then we could have seen a cleaner transition into Carrier, into Tempest, into Mothership. Didn't quite get there. Didn't get there. So GG well played with that. So we're getting into the ace match. We're getting into game 3, and we'll see how this story ends. We shall see. Now, as a heads up, I did mention earlier that typically we do cast both semifinals, and that is true, but specifically this week and maybe next week as well, we are going to be only covering one semifinals match. Unfortunately, due to things that are happening IRL, I don't really have as much time to cast here in the evenings. Don't have as much time. Those are curious, I have to give meds to my bunnies, have to give them some medication, have to spend time with them, have to look after them. So we do plan on having a bit of an accelerated bracket instead. Accelerated bracket. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting ready for that ace match. Game 3 is going to be on Winter Madness. Okay. That means that the plan for the schedule, for the stream should be we cover and we finish this series, then we follow it into the semis, then we follow that into the finals. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Percival. True, we do have a command. Do you have a command in the chat? For the bunnies. Yeah, it's been a very, very intense 2 weeks in relation to the bunnies. That's going to continue. So we're still looking after them, of course, in recovery. We'll get through it, though. We'll get through it. Be okay. Yes, so 2 bunnies, Chi-Chi and Karina. Chi-Chi and Karina. Here we are going to be opening up. Of course, we're in Winter Madness. Winter Madness is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map, longer rushes and spike rounds. And as a result, we might end up in a similar situation where we cut the map in half, we slow things down, get up to 3, 4, 5 bases, and embrace the mid game and get into a later game as well. We'll see. I do believe that army rotations, defensive rotations should be a little bit easier here for Percival. I will say that this natural is a little bit more vulnerable, a little bit more exposed, and we have seen players make the way up the ramp, take control of the ramp, and just end the game. It goes both ways. We'll see. Buddy, she's very, yeah, she is very brave. She's very brave. She'll be okay. Yes, brava. Brava. Now, Twilight Council open out to Cristiano. Twilight Council. Likewise, going to be delaying some mining time here, getting behind the mineral line. Oh, getting a second Stalker in as well. Okay. Able to disrupt, able to delay, gets an SCV. SCV goes down, threatening to just walk into the main. Cheeky moves out of Christiana. But eventually he's going to be zoned away. Yeah, the Marine kind of high enough. This one Marine goes down. Oh, it does force a recall and does kill one of the Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Stalker was sniped. And Christiana, interesting, opting to go for extra gateways. I would have assumed he would have gone for a greedier build. 2-gate blink into a third, but no, he's going up to 3 gates. 3-gate blink and a robo as well, all before the third base. So a little bit safer out of Christiana. Moving out with his hallucination, and Christiana will see what he gets eyes on. He does fail to scout the Widowmine drop. But he's where the Widowmine earlier. Goes further in, confirms the 1-1-1. Bearing in mind that in game 1 we had Percival go for 3 CC 3 racks, so we have seen greedier builds out of Percival. So Christiana just had to confirm. Oh, so my drop comes in, and does get a shot off, getting 2 probes, not bad. 2 probes go down, another Widowmine into the main. And this time Christiana will lose 3 in total. 3 probes go down. And gets some okay damage out of Percival. He escapes with the medevac. He gets full scouting in the main base as well. He saw the gateways, saw the Twilight Council, saw the timing of the third base. Percival, he got what he wanted out of the mine drop. Christiana's trying to contain his opponent, trying to spot any kind of move outs. Speaking of, does one into one. Right, it also reminds me of last game where Christiana did open up Temple Archives and didn't go into Storm. This time we have Charge into the Bay, into Colossus. So much more decisive here out of Christiana. Going for a faster Colossus production compared to last game. Oh, thanks to Siege. Nice catch. Oh my god. Tank is going off. 1 Stalker going down so far. I mean, that was the Stalker from the early game. So Christiana does barely save those Stalkers. Picking off 1 more Marine. Moments here, 2 probes go down to the Raven. Raven threatening the main base, not bad here by Percival, and he doesn't move out. Doesn't commit. Percival playing it safe, building up his army, getting his third CC behind this, not going for an all-in. Now with his reinforcements, he can move out. This is somewhat lined up with a concussive shell. Christiana has his force fields, catching out some Marines. I'll pick up out of Percival, tank firing here on the Colossus. 1 volley went off, Colossus does kite back in time. And so far, Christiana doing a great job here at delaying the push. Right, he forces siege in the center of the map. Percival gets nowhere near the third base. At the same time, the Raven harass continues, but the Raven, I believe, went down. Oh, no, not quite. Yes, the Raven. Still alive. Raven gets away, can always go back in. Tank shots, they punish the army. Oof. Canceling the 4th base. Brutal pickoff. Last game, Christiana had late 4th. Now it's late again. Late 4th expansion. Tank siege up. Cristiano, he is going to be forced back once again. Get some SCV kills. 3 SCVs. Can he get on top of the tanks? Oh, can he get him? He can. Yeah, tank siege up. He's going to get both. Both tanks go down. Massive pickups. Nice catch here from Cristiano. Takes down 2 tanks. Most of the Bio army as well. He's got 3 Colossus moving in. Ooh. Nice anti-armor missile. Missile goes off. There's 2 Vikings in the sky. They get 1 Colossus. He gets 1. And can he get the other? Looks like he barely can. Yeah, barely can. Takes down all the Stalkers, both Colossus as well. The 3rd Colossus also going to get sniped. Oh my god. Again, that should not have happened. MVP armor missile. The Raven coming in clutch. And that was a better fight for Percival. Percival, he does dominate that fight. He kills 3 Colossus. Maintains his 3rd base. Maintains most of his army. And Cristiano's hurting. Cristiano's hurting a lot here. Remember, his 4th base is also delayed. Again, initially the fight was going well for Cristiano when he caught the tanks, but overstayed his welcome. Didn't respect the army enough. And Cristiano is behind. Upon losing that army, he's lost a lot of momentum. Meanwhile, we're making 4 Liberators at a time. Jesus. Percival, I mean, he knows, right? He knows that he's in a better position. Because he reset the Colossus count, he doesn't need that many Vikings. So switching to Libs already. Just setting up defensively. 4th CC is on the way. Percival just getting further ahead. Just going to get further ahead here. Now this tells me that Percival, he won't kill Cristiano anytime soon, but his goal is to just turtle up, get his 4th base, and max out and perfect that army. Just build up to critical mass of Liberators. He's got 4 more on the way, going to get up to 8 Liberators. That's a lot of Libs. It's a lot of freedom. There's that 4th expansion. Cristiano, he can maybe catch a portion of this army. But Liberators have arrived. And we've been here before. We were here last game. Again, nice scan. It is so crucial here that Percival, he just keeps eyes on the army movement, that he's aware of its location. The big weakness at the moment here is trying to get in position in time. Liberators do siege up Colossus. Not another exposed! Getting 1. Yeah, 1 Colossus, 2 Disruptors, 3 Disruptors, and he's gonna lose everything here. Yeah, Cristiano, he will lose the entire army, losing all the Colossus, all the Disruptors. Zalsa trying to come in, but GG gets called, and Percival, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, a brutal fight in the center of the map allowed Cristiano, or it did allow Percival just get a massive lead. He was able to catch all 3 Colossus, and Cristiano, he fell behind. He stayed behind. He just could not keep up with the momentum, with the army, with the economy that Percival had. That was kind of the moment of the game. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Percival, and he will advance on into a rematch series into those semis. Let's go. Let us go, as we're heading over here to the Korean server. Once again, just to reiterate, we have our 2 semifinals here. We have ByuN versus Percival in the upper semis, and we have ShoWTimE versus Creator in the lower semifinals. Now, usually for our tournaments, we do cover both semis, but this week we do have an accelerated bracket. What does that mean? That means that both semifinals will be happening at the same time. So we're going to be following Percival into ByuN. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE and Creator, they will be playing their match at the same time. The reasoning for it is that I no longer have as much free time to to cover the event. I did mention earlier, but I do have to give my bunnies some medication in an hour. So hopefully it lines up more or less. And I also have to spend time with them and make sure they're okay, and as they are in recovery. And that's going to be the case for the next like 2 weeks, basically. The next 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. So initially the plan was to like get back into like proper casting again. Like we took the last week off, but that's, yeah, we're gonna have to we're gonna have to look at our schedule again and probably adjust and move some things around. It's we'll make it work. It's unfortunate because the Rongi Cup starts this upcoming weekend. Or even this week, right? Yeah, the Rongi Cup begins this week, but we might not be able to cover the group stage. Ah, Smerge, might be Smerge. As we're getting ready for the upper semis, and hopefully everything's okay. And if you can see here, but I am struggling to connect to Korea. What's going on? Let me in, papi. Let me in. Por favor. Let me in. I know the Korean server has had some issues in the past, but yeah, it doesn't bode well. Tado. Este Korean server. True. Por favor. I guess we'll go to a break. I guess we're gonna go to a break here. I cannot connect to the Korean server. I'm gonna keep trying, and hopefully I can get in eventually. So we're gonna be coming to a break. When we come back, we should have the upper semis. Hopefully the Korean server is still with us. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, to apologize for the break and for the delay, but we have returned. We have the upper semifinals ready for you and spawning in the top right hand corner of the Old Republic. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Terran player, the Blue Terran himself. It is Percival. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. Best of luck in the chat. Do apologize for the delay when it comes to the start of these semifinals. I could not connect to the Korean server, and I still can't connect, so I had to turn on a VPN. I had to VPN my way to Korea, and then I could connect. So, yeah, it looks like there's some kind of weird routing issues, which is not uncommon for the Korean server. Sometimes there are just some routing issues, and you just can't connect. It happens. It happens. Thankfully, we can just VPN it up. But now we're going to be settling in. And again, these two players have become some regulars when it comes to the semis and even the finals of these tournaments. They've been playing so much. And in the past, I want to say like not even that long ago, maybe 5 months ago, ByuN was the heavy favorite. But in recent months, in recent times, Percival's TVT has been improving, and he has been taking maps and even series off of ByuN on a much more regular basis. I will still say that ByuN is favored, but up until this point, like Percival, he hasn't been able to hold his own time and time again. He's been able to hold his own. It'll make ByuN work for it. So coming into this, ByuN is favored, but I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match. So we can go to the ace match, and hey, there's even a world where Percival could even bring down ByuN. For now, though, we're going to be calming things down. We have Percival building up, going for a single gas geyser, so is ByuN. Again, this is a larger map of the map pool. There's not really much reason to go for a more tech-heavy start. Economic openers all around. Economic openers. Percival does get the first shot off. Nicely done. And hunting down the Reaper as well. Can he get him? And not quite. The Reaper does get away, but he does at least kill the SCV. A nice pick up here by Percival, able to catch out the first Reaper here of ByuN. Able to punish, able to force ByuN back. So a slightly better start here for Percival. Both players getting to their own 1-1-1s. Starports are on the way. Any kind of major deviation here is that ByuN is going for a reactor to Hellion production. Meanwhile, Percival is going for his own add-on swap here into his tech lab, into a more robust mid-game. Into Liberators, skipping out on Hellions. Because of this, there's going to be a lot of pressure on ByuN to get some damage done early. Hellions don't really scale well into a longer game, so this is all about economic damage. So by getting across the map, getting into a mineral line. Percival picks in. Percival does confirm there are Hellions. He knows. He's now aware. I'm sure he did take note that the reactor was still on the factory as well. So Percival should be taking a more defensive stance. As he knows that ByuN should be coming. Percival is aware. Jesus, as we built up a 6? Yes, up to 6 Hellions, baby. Aye. It's a lot of Hellions. ByuN just waiting for his Cyclone. Then he can attempt to just break into the natural and bust into the mineral line. Oh boy. almost like a battle mech start. I'm still not convinced it is going to be mech. Speaking of mech, that is a second starport on the way. Not quite mech, but this is hyper committed play here by Percival, going for one of the more modern variations of a two-port, two-base setup here. This used to be a two-port, two-base all-in, and basically we're going for reactor to Viking. Reactor to Vikings into a Liberator. Hyper aggression out of Percival, very committed. Scan across the map, gets eyes on the production. We have a third CC on location from ByuN. The Hellions are moving out, and can he get into a mineral line? Again, that is a lot of Hellions. Liberator is coming, so are the Vikings. Remember, Percival, he's laying his third base in favor of this. Oh. And Percival does catch out a couple of Hellions. Nice flanking here with the Cyclones. Gets one. Takes out one of the Cyclones, and ByuN gets completely dismantled here in the center of the map. Putting out 3 Hellions, his Cyclone as well. Back at home, what is it to defend? He's got 1 tank on the high ground. He's got his 3 Ravens. But remember, Percival, he does have double starport. He does have more Vikings on the way. His goal here is going to be to take control of the skies and to snowball from there out of control. Auto shot's going to be thrown down. Yeah, throws down the turrets. 1, 2 Ravens do get targeted. And Percival, he barely doesn't have enough here. Yeah, barely not enough. He was just too premature. Came in too soon. And Percival, he will lose everything. The Liberator's going to go down. Again, he just barely didn't have enough. His reinforcements were too late. And that was a big loss here for Percival. Remember, Percival, no third. There's no third base. His third CC is only halfway done. ByuN's is finished. Oh, boy. ByuN's is complete. And sure, we're making 3 Vikings at a time, but it's too late. It's too little too late here. You can see Percival is hunting for a Raven. Well, there's still a Bio army on the ground. Oh, gets 1. Okay. It's 1 Raven. Liberated into the natural, and the Vikings into the third base. SCVs are going down. Oh my god. Getting a surprising amount of damage, even going for the tank. Okay. 10 SCVs, 11 SCVs in a tank, not bad. Percival. Nice moves out of Percival, bringing himself back into this game. Things were looking dire, and economically he's still in a rough place. Like, he still has to land a CC, he still has to morph into the orbital, he's still down in mules. Percival, he's clawing his way back into this. What advantages does he have? Percival, he is slightly ahead in Vikings. Ooh, as he's caught out here, 1 Viking goes down, losing up to 2 Vikings immediately, 3 Vikings. So an opening cage out of Percival. This is keeping ByuN contained. Bold move out of ByuN, loads up. Loads up, moving out with this drop. Again, there's only 4 Marines to defend his tanks. And Percival, he should recognize this. Should be aware that something is wrong. And he turns around. Yeah, you can see him just race back home. Unfortunately, he doesn't know where the drop is going. So we'll drop into the natural. And the main army moves out. Oh, he's going for the E-base. Denies +1. +1 is going to be denied. It doesn't quite get the other. But nice pick up out of ByuN. ByuN, he starts up 2-2. Both players taking their 4th bases. Both players getting into Bio. But again, ByuN is going to have the better upgrades. ByuN currently has the... Oh, actually, he's going to be slightly behind in tanks and behind in Vikings. What does he have instead? Bio. Right, he has 43 Marines. Jesus. That's ByuN making 9 Marines at a time. But it's much more mobile composition. ByuN pulls away, double drop into the natural. This time there are turrets in position, okay? Turrets take hand to turret. Despite that, ByuN commits. Oh no! He commits in. Marines are ready. And a medevac should go down. Never mind. They're both so very low. Medevacs, they barely get away. ByuN gets out. As Percival, with his Viking lead, does have his Liberators, true. Liberation has arrived. We'll lean back ByuN. Gets 2 of those tanks. Oh, just one. Yeah, 1 tank goes down, but he leaves out so many Marines. ByuN, he breaks out. And with a mass bio army, he takes down the Liberators, gets on top of the tanks as well, and ByuN, he comes in for the surround. From behind, he gets 1 more tank, just barely. Would it last that? Brings down the tank. And Percival, he has no pushing power. He has nothing here. He has Vikings and tanks, but he cannot push forward. ByuN holds. ByuN holds on. Again, more Marines have arrived. And with gun is pretty good. It's pretty good. And ByuN holds. He does hold on. Behind this 3-3 is now on the horizon. Again, going to be that much more impactful just because of how heavily reliant ByuN is on his bio army. He moves out. Percival moving in. ByuN does find, what is this, 5 tanks? Oh god. The tanks are on their own. Yeah, and all these tanks are going to go down. At the same time, Percival, he's going for the CC. Does kill the 5th base, but at a cost. As Percival, he has very little to defend. He got some SCVs. Okay, Percival, he's holding on. Pentel Salon did bleed out 3 tanks. Oh, and the upgrades are still lopsided here for Percival. He does not have +2. Does not have +2 attack. Percival once again he steps across. Gets a tank. And threatening a drop into the main. So far keeping up. Oh, even gets a medevac. Sends away the others. And ByuN is going to be the first to max. He's the first to max out. And the first to embrace 3-3. It's almost ready. Needs a couple more seconds. It's going to have 3-3 bio army against the 1-2 of Percival. Remember, +2 just began. Yeah, nope, doesn't commit. Nice missile, very nice. Missile goes up. Shreds the armor. ByuN rotates, does get a free tank. Percival late with his own defensive rotation. ByuN getting a little bit cavalier, but he does get 1 more tank. Another tank goes down. ByuN pushing right down mid. Trying to head to the natural. Doesn't find a way in there. Okay. Percival is keeping up. He's keeping up. He's holding on. Again, notoriously, this center base is difficult to defend, but we have more sensor towers, more turrets. Percival's turtling up. Percival he gets into the planetary. Does get into the planetary, barely survives. There's not many Marines here. Oh, ByuN pulls back. A little bit surprised here. ByuN, he totally could have collapsed on these tanks. Yeah, ByuN misreading this. ByuN does take it slow. Trading out tanks, slightly better trade here for ByuN. He's holding on now with reinforcements. He should be able to clean this up. I say that, that's still a lot of tanks, and ByuN, he does barely break through. There's 2 tanks left. Down to 2. ByuN doesn't get on top of them though. But the disable. Yeah, disable runs out. He's still got a line of tanks. ByuN is able to hold on. Gee, the Mass Raven is a problem though. Oh my god. The auto starts get thrown down. Percival, he does take the fight, cleans up every single tank. But what about the Marines? What about the man with gun back? As Percival, he was going for a much earlier, much faster Raven switch, but now he's out of energy. The Ravens, they're dead supply. The dead supply here. ByuN hunts down the CC. Again, there's 9 Ravens here for Percival, but he needs energy. Lands a disable. I mean, these Ravens, they are kind of like the end goal. They're the end game. With enough Ravens, you can anti-armor missile the entire ByuN army. You can land the missile, throw down auto turrets, disable tanks. And speaking of, it does connect with the majority of the ByuN. ByuN stimming it anyway. Bold move. Dust him in. Gets one of the tanks. Gets 1. Gets 2. Percival's main army's on the left hand side. And ByuN finds an opening. Again, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. Tanks, they siege up. ByuN stims in. Takes down the tank. Gets 3 liberals. So he gets 3 Vikings. And takes down the Vikings, takes down the CCs. At the same time, Percival, he's out of position. He has to counterattack. That's all he can do. Oof. That's he will lose 17 SCVs, losing the entire mineral line. At the same time, he should get a base himself. Cashing out a couple of starports. But it's plenty back at home. We have ByuN, he has reinforcements. He has defensive tanks. ByuN holds. And Percival is just being outscaled. He's just being outscaled, just lost an expansion, lost a mineral line, lost an army. And sure, he has Master Raven, but maybe went into this a little bit too soon. A little bit too soon, a little bit too hard. ByuN has just been tearing him apart. Getting another tank. Pulling the fire. Once again, a much more efficient trade here by ByuN. Answers the base, now within range of the planetary. Oh. ByuN rotates to the center, finding more tanks. Gets 1 more. And you can see this is where Ravens can excel. Disables all the tanks. Ravens, they pop off. As Percival is almost making, he is making just purely tank Raven. Tank Raven Viking. Switching into mech, but at the same time, there's not that much support for the tanks. Outside of the Ravens. Marines, they shut down the auto turrets. More tanks pushing forward, and ByuN just has too much momentum. He's maxed out. He's maxed out. There's so many tanks. ByuN is dropping a base that doesn't exist. Let's go. Looking for another. Again, despite ByuN having the supply lead, it's still very difficult to break a turtling player. Defender's advantage is the thing. These Ravens, they just keep landing those missiles. They keep on shredding the armor. At least on one side. The other ByuN finds 2 more tanks. 2 more tanks go down. Go, we're gonna as Percival, I mean, he does reestablish the base, true. Gets another expansion, slowly saturating. Percival slowly maxing out. Now what's scary is that Percival, he is maxing out with, I would say, technically a superior army with tank Viking Raven. If the armies do clash head on, I do favor Percival, but it's only if they face head on, right? The thing about ByuN's army is that he is more mobile. He can poke in, poke out, rotate, and look for a weaker point in the defense. But it's on ByuN to do so. It's on ByuN to find a way in. Oh, and this is not quite worth it. Does he have 1 tank? Clears up some turrets. You see ByuN creating an opening. He does find some free tanks. Will is a CC, but that's going to be what, 6 tanks going down? Oh my god. 6 tanks go down. That's what ByuN was looking for. It's a massive win here for ByuN. And remember, ByuN, he has more bases, he has more of an economy, and he's able to replenish this, as that was mainly Marine. Mainly trading Marines. ByuN has a very cheap army in comparison. I don't know if you saw it was making 16 Marines at a time. Out of the tank. finding all these tanks on siege. Oh my god. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. There's what, 7 more tanks here to just get for free. Tanks are trying to get away. And just a really unfortunate moment here for Percival. His Ravens are out of position. Tanks were put on siege. They run into more siege tanks. That is all 7 tanks going down for Percival. Ay, ay, ay. And you can see Percival just plummet in supply. Again, we spoke about this earlier, but it was on ByuN to rotate into outposition Percival and find a way in, and he did. He found a way in. And it was also just really unfortunate that Percival just happened to unsiege everything at once. See, all his tanks were unsieged, and yeah, with that, all that build-up that Percival was kind of working towards, not anymore. Not anymore. ByuN does push to the center. Now with a high Viking count, they actually just take the fight here to Percival. Trades with the Vikings. ByuN comes out on top. Now we can hunt down the Ravens. Ravens are now zoned away. And again, it's just been a slow death for the past almost 20 minutes. Like it's at least 15. At least 15. Where Percival, he has just been on the back foot. He's been surviving, but only surviving. Unfortunately, he just had no presence on the map. Hasn't had any way to try to punish or threaten ByuN. ByuN hasn't been in danger at all, like this entire game. Like he's been, he's been fine. Yeah, and here we go. The final fight here is Ravens are getting, they're finally getting picked off. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will take game at number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN, he does take a lead in the series. Again, ByuN, he was able to get a little momentum early on. He was able to deny the upgrades, able to break bases, able to deal damage to the economy. And as I mentioned before, ByuN, for the past almost 20 minutes, he was in the driver's seat. He wasn't able to kill Percival just because of the kind of defender's advantage. Like, it's very, very difficult. You can be up 20, 30, 40 supply, but with a solid siege line and with all those Ravens, we saw that Percival was able to hang in there and hold on. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, he was never able to really threaten ByuN. Like, ByuN was never really threatened that game, just because Percival was stuck defending, right? He was just stuck defending, stuck at home. There were some moments where he went for like a big bio counterattack where he was able to kill a base. That is true, but he only killed the expansion, only got a couple of ACVs. Again, for the most part, ByuN was looking comfortable. And now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran leading the series 1-0, and we'll see if he can claim the series here and now. It is a ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player, the South Korean Terran, down in the series, and we'll see if he can force the ace match. It is a Percival. Here we go. Why didn't Percival just use better units? True, cap. Once again, as I kind of was mentioning during the game itself, but it did feel like Percival switched into Mass Raven too soon. Because of his switch, he had very little to support his tanks and support his ground army, and it was being punished early on. Like, early on is when Percival was losing bases, losing economy, losing tanks, and that's why Percival had no presence. Sure, he eventually was able to build up into that high Raven tank count, but it was too little too late. His base count was lower, he had a lower economy, and he never was able to max out. Right, Percival, he never did quite max out that game, just because of the momentum that ByuN did have. So again, it just felt a little bit too soon. Meanwhile, ooh, 2 racks. Okay, so 2 racks open out of Percival. This is a bit of a, I was almost going to say misread. This is a gamble. We speak about this all the time, but going for a 2 racks opener back at home, this is 2 racks Reaper. The goal here is to hard counter proxy 2 racks. So he's assuming that ByuN, after winning game 1, is going to proxy. I don't blame him. The Korean Terran's very fond of doing that, right? If the Korean Terran, referring to Kyor, Maru, ByuN, if they take a lead, then they're more than happy to cheese. But unfortunately, unfortunately that's not the case here. ByuN is going for a standard opener, and that does put a lot of pressure on Percival. So the pressure is on Percival to achieve something here with his higher racks count, with his higher Reaper count. ByuN just has to chill and get into his own Hellion production. Life's hard as a Marine in ByuN's army. You say life's hard. Life is short as a Marine in ByuN's army. So, smurge. It's true, he can be a little bit, I don't know if I want to say careless, but you know what, he has a lot of faith in his bandwidth gun. Believes in you. For a little time you're out there. Oh, as ByuN shoots first, oh no! Yeah, ByuN shoots first, he doesn't quite kill the Reaper, but does punish and does hold. So ByuN defends. Again, Percival, he's continuing Reaper production. Percival, he's committed, and he has to find some damage. Goes in once again, does get targeted down, losing 1, losing 2 Reapers. Oof. Rough start. Very rough start here for Percival. I mean, we mentioned it was a gamble, right? It was just a gamble going for a 2 rank opener. It did not pay off. With that, ByuN, he does take a lead and can now expand. Mass Reapers, let's go. And right. Well, as we mentioned, just to re-emphasize, the build that Percival went for was supposed to hard counter a cheese, right? Like he was hoping that ByuN was going for a proxy, and ByuN didn't go for a proxy. So that's why this is just a really rough position for Percival. The gamba, baby, the gamba. Again, these Reapers, they don't really scale too well into a longer game, and we're headed into a longer game. So from here, we're building up. Now, bearing in mind that it isn't over or anything like that, but there's still just a lot of pressure on Percival to find some damage here to transition. We have the add-on swap, so we're not going into early stim. No early stim. Heading to his Ravens. Now, a lot of this will come down to the third base timing. It comes down to when and if our third bases are taken. Then we go third CCs on the way for Percival, actually getting it faster than ByuN. And this is a bit of a risk, but Percival, he has to take risks here. So Percival is being a little bit greedier, and we'll see if he gets away with it. Going for his third, so is ByuN. And we'll see who's going to be the more active player. Oof. As Percival gets caught out, losing 2 more Reapers. ByuN has gained map control. So both players are getting to their own Ravens. Percival, he does bypass the army. Okay, let's go. Gets in. Gets 1, gets 2, gets up to 3 SCVs. Not bad. Getting up to 4. And 4 SCV kills at the same time. Raven harassing the main base gets 3 SCVs across the map as well. So we have a back and forth. Oof. Cyclones poke in. Meanwhile, the Cyclone in the natural base is still up and running. 9 SCV kills. Okay, 9 SCVs go down. A very nice damage and very necessary damage. Again, it was a really rough start for Percival. His early Reaper commitment wasn't worth it, but he was able to bypass ByuN, get into the mineral line, and recover. So 9 SCVs go down. Oh, I say that another order's hard into the main. This CC is faster. What does that mean? That means the orbital is faster, and that means the mules are going to be faster as well. So the momentum swings in favor of Percival somewhat, and now the pressure's on ByuN. Now, the scary thing about what just happened is that ByuN does have the larger army, right? ByuN, he does have a lot more to work with. And even though Percival has a faster CC, can he actually hold on to this location? Can he actually defend the third? As ByuN, he gets ISO. Okay, he sees the third base being landed. ByuN, who late reaction. Yeah, late reaction to ByuN, who lose 1 Cyclone. And Percival, he does take his third. Third base is getting up. So far, so good. So faster third base, a better economy here for Percival. ByuN, his own third base is still in his main. Percival breaks out. And now the momentum swung from one, back to the other, back to the other. Now it's going to be on Percival to potentially even delay the third base of ByuN. He's pushing. Rotating towards the third. Gets spotted by the Hellion. ByuN getting in position. He's up to 4 Ravens. Okay. Jesus. Didn't quite notice that, but 4 Ravens here from ByuN. There's a lot of potential here in a high Raven count with disables, with auto turrets. The downside, of course, is that he has no Vikings. Speaking of, Percival has 2. He has 2 Vikings with his main army, but the Vikings are not quite in position. ByuN, he's going for the mineral line. He's going for the natural. But this also means that he won't have any defensive Ravens. True. Uh-oh. And this might just trigger Percival. Yeah, Ravens, they go in. Percival, he commits. He's going for it. No defensive disables. Percival, he commits across the map. Oh! Tanks are pre-sieged. Ravens moving in. Does disable 1. Nice on siege. Clutch save out of ByuN. He does pull back. At the same time, 7 SCVs going down. There's still plenty of Ravens across the map. Plenty of energy. 1 tank goes down. But Percival, he's gaining ground. He's slowly pushing in. Does land the disable. It does siege on top of the ramp. Yeah, massive missiles are goes off, and Percival gets into the mineral line. SCVs are going down, and this may just end the game. He's going for it. Oof. If ByuN runs through the tanks, massive tank shots go off, the Marines go down, and Percival, he has done it. He has broken the natural. Plenty of bio army. Plenty of Marines, still has his Ravens. Oh, does overextend for a moment. Does overextend, rotates over. Going for the tank. No repairs, dog. No repairs out of ByuN. And Percival, he broke the natural. Now he's going for the third. He's going for the third base. Barely not enough Marines. Meanwhile, auto charts are still popping off across the map. But again, this is the risk that ByuN took because he had no Ravens defensively. No defensive Ravens. No defensive disables. Or even auto turrets. Both players are hurting. Without any Marines, Percival cannot push into the base. He can't push into the natural. And ByuN is breaking out. Hey, Sims on 4, nice spread, nice split. So it takes out every single tank. And ByuN, he reclaims his third. Reclaims his third base. And now we need to take a moment here to take stock. Where exactly are we? Both players are on 3 bases. True, ByuN has a slight worker lead with 49 SCVs. As the Ravens are still alive, they're still harassing. Barely alive, jeez. Barely still alive. So ByuN has the better economy. He has the higher worker counts. And when it comes to the main army here, it's still quite close. The armies looks like they do miss each other. ByuN dropping into the natural. Percival, a lot of his armies across the map. Main forces at the third. ByuN, he will siege. Does siege in time. Ooh, punishes the Marines. But Percival, he has enough. He has enough to defend. He defends, he attacks. Gets 7, 8, 9 SCVs across the map. Oh! Medevac barely gets away. Barely gets out. Whew. And it's still very tense. It's still very tense. It's still very chaotic here. Again, ByuN, he has a slightly higher worker count. We're milling as hard as we can. 2-2 starts off with both players at around the same time. Do have +1 vehicle weapons here for Percival. So we'll have the slightly better tank upgrades. And after a very chaotic start, we're slowing down. Yeah, we're slowing things down. Percival, he does bypass the army. Trying to slip by. But for the most part, again, the game is slowing down. Our players are building up. Percival, he is going to be the first to commit across the map. Okay, what do we have? The tank count is in favor of Percival. He has double the tank count. He has his Liberators and the higher Viking count as well. What does ByuN have? More Marines. As always, ByuN has a higher Marine count instead. And his Ravens. See, Percival's trying to bully forward here with his Liberators. Oh. Be forced to pick up. Hey, he does siege in time. Massive tank shots. Your tank shots going off. Massive stable on the tanks though. Ay, ay, ay. And ByuN, he does catch him. Yeah, he does catch him. He'll clean up. He'll swap the entire army. The MVP Ravens disables every single tank, and Percival, he plummets in supply. Oof. He had potential. He had so much potential here. If he was able to zone away the Ravens, then maybe. But the Ravens, they disabled all the tanks. And ByuN breaks out. ByuN, he breaks through the center, pushing through the right-hand side. And back at home, what is it to defend? We got 2 tanks back at home. Oof. Down to 1. 1 tank left. ByuN a little bit too far back. Good does siege forward. Getting within range of the CC. No more defensive Liberators. And Percival just being denied his 3rd base. Oof. Punishing the Vikings. 3-3 now on the way for ByuN. And Percival going for a bit of a Hail Mary play. He's just rushing across the map with all his Marines. I mean, we get some efficient trades here by Percival just punishing the ByuN. Forces them in. And Percival, can he bring down the Planetary? Do we go for the base trade? He stays. Planetary will fall. Despite the mass repair here, there are just so many Marines. At the same time, ByuN also going for the center base. Also going for the Planetary, but this time with tanks. Oh god, the Planetary is holding its own. No shot. The Planetary holds. The mass repair was good enough, and with that, Percival, he just falls too far behind. He had to at least kill the base. He fails to kill the expansion. Will lose his zone. Once again, Percival, he plummets in supply. SCVs are pretty good. Saves the Planetary. And ByuN is just pulling Percival apart, dropping into the main. Takes down 26 SCVs. GG gets called. It's just too much to handle, and ByuN, he takes the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to ByuN as he does claim the series. My condolences to Percival. He was able to hold his own. Honestly, game 1 was more one-sided. Game 1 was like 30 minutes, but it was a lot more one-sided in favor of ByuN almost the entirety of the game. Here in game 2 was more back and forth. Like, we had moments for Percival, we had moments for ByuN. Percival, he was able to punish ByuN for harassing with all of his Ravens. Remember, ByuN, he moved out with 4 Ravens across the map, and ByuN was dying. ByuN, he was losing so many SCVs. But those 4 Ravens were also doing so much counter damage, dealing an equivalent amount of economic damage across the map. So both players were still on a very even economy. That led into a longer mid game, and we saw that in the end, Percival got caught out one too many times. That big moment in the center of the map where he had the higher Liberator count. He had 6 tanks, he had 2 Liberators, he had 4 Vikings. but the Ravens got the disable off on every single tank. He got caught in the center. He lost everything. Lost the tanks, lost the Buyer, lost the Liberators, lost the momentum. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations from ByuN. I mean, again, TVT is very positional based, and I feel like especially game 2 showed that, right? It was able to show that, able to show players kind of outmaneuvering each other, getting across the map and punishing each other as well, and even getting punished at times. But with that, congratulations to ByuN as he does advance on, and we're getting ready for those grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5 finals between ByuN and a Protoss opponent. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Oh, that is not the bracket. There we go. To have a look at the bracket yourselves, as we do have our top 2. Creator took down ShoWTimE 2-1 in the lower semifinals, and we have Creator versus ByuN in the grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. Before those finals, though, we do have something special here ready for you. It is going to be Larifa. It's going to be raffle time, papi. Raffle time. Let's go. Let us go. So very quickly here, for those who maybe don't tune in, for those who are unaware, here in our tournaments we have something different. We have something special. We have a random participation raffle. Anyone that played, anyone that did sign up here this week is equally eligible for 5 USD. Nothing crazy, nothing too wild, but 5 USD is 5 USD is available for either player, for anyone involved, as long as they play their games. If there was a forfeit in the first round, then players are ineligible, and I believe there was a forfeit. I believe it was Zanlar. I think there was an issue with Zanlar's peripherals. I think there was, like, I think his mouse died or something like that, unfortunately. So unfortunately he will be ineligible for the raffle, but outside of that, all other players should be able to have a chance of winning. Have a chance, might be have a chance. And this week we have 18. We have 18 eligible players, and this week the random raffle winner is congratulations to ByuN. As ByuN, he's not just a finalist for today's tournament, but he also is the random raffle winner as well. Hashtag rigged in the chat. Shaking my head. The runner-ups are Ragnar, ShoWTimE, Nylon, Sandwich, and Art. But congratulations to ByuN, as he does walk away with 5 extra USD on top of the prize money that he's going to be making from tonight's tournament. Whether it's second place prize or first place, though, yet to be determined. Regardless, congratulations to ByuN. SMH my hedge. God damn it. But congratulations. Meanwhile, it looks like Creator, he's asking for a couple of moments. He's asking for a couple of minutes here, so we're more than happy to give it to him. So we're going to be cutting to a short break. When we come back, we'll have a best of 5 finals ready for you. Just catching up in the chat. First live stream I've actually caught. Love your commentary, Light. Oh, thank you, Papi. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Here we go. Here we go. As I'm glad you enjoy. As we are going to be again coming to a break. Very quickly before that, though, for those that may be tuning in for the first time, this is a weekly tournament. This is a weekly Open Cup, and fun fact, this is the longest running Open Cup currently in StarCraft. This is week number 117. We've been running this event for many years, ever since 2022. Longer than Wardy's Open Cups or Pigstar Cups or Monday Night Weeklies, for example. So yeah, somehow, some way, we became the longest standing one. Crazy. I think before us, of course, it was the ESL Open Cups, right? The EPT Open Cups. I think they made it to like 200 and something, if you recall. But of course, they are now discontinued. Before that, it was the Lima League. It was Lei Fang Cup as well, but they're not around anymore. You know, Zotac Cups, go for SE2s. But after, as all the other Open weeklies have died down, Tuna Cup thrives, papi. Let's go. If you want to help support Tuna Cup, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat, as our tournament is funded via Patreon. You can help us grow the tournament to boost the prize pool even further, and even grow our tournament to be able to host monthly finals. You can help us out via Patreon. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We're going to be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll have the grand finals. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon, papi. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals. Let's grand finales here at the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 117. We are here, we have returned, and we are getting ready for a best of 5 finals here. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shopify. It is a ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss himself. It is a Creator. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our best of 5. As we have our finals ready, here we go. It's been an intense tournament so far. ShoWTimE did fall to Creator in the semis. Percival fell to ByuN. And now we have our 2 finalists here, Creator and ByuN. They often do trade blows back and forth. I would be surprised if this is a 3-0 in either direction. And I'm most curious to see how Creator has been approaching the matchup as of late. Creator, he often does kind of pave his own way. He often kind of ignores current meta and does kind of enjoy his own play style and does kind of walk his own path. So I'm curious to see how Creator will approach this. He's typically a little bit more of a macro oriented player in TVP, or at least historically. We'll see if that trend continues. He can be cheeky at times, especially against Zerg, for example. He's more than happy to mix in Twilight Council based openers and Twilight Council play instead. Here against Terran, a little bit less so. He's not as willing to go for like Stargate openers or proxy Stargates or proxy gateways. Is not as chaotic as, say, Hero or Classic. We'll see. But we will see. As Creator, he pokes in, pulls back, pulls away. Here we are setting up. Oh, meanwhile, I have to eat my own words. If you recall, I did mention that Creator is not really one to mix in Stargate openers immediately. Stargate opener. Okay. I'm ready. I'm excited. Now, typically, Stargate openers are reserved for larger maps. This is a risk. This is a big risk. Welcome to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is one of the more smaller maps in the map pool. Aggression is favored here. And if ByuN is able to scout this early on, he can punish. Stargate openers do leave yourself vulnerable to aggression. They can get harassing damage done. You can get into Phoenixes, you can build up into even a Phoenix Colossus as well, which is an older school composition. But one of the reasons why this died out and died off is because of how aggressive Terran players got, especially at the beginning of the year. So we'll see. First things first, it is going to be the initial Oracle. I will say that currently ByuN is in the dark. ByuN is not scattered the main. And we'll see how he reacts. As ByuN moves out, Creator's in position. Go to shield battery. Go to the depths. And ByuN, he does not break through. The goal here of Reaper Hellion is to get into a mineral line, but so far the wall is solid. And ByuN is denied. Meanwhile, Creator, he does not bank up into a second Oracle. He reveals his first Oracle as well. Phoenixes are on the way, Robot gets thrown down, and it looks like we are indeed getting ready for Phoenix Colossus. Again, this is a style, this is a build, composition that was very popular a couple of years ago at the beginning of COVID. I'm thinking of 2020, 2021, 2022 era of StarCraft. Once again, like, this is a style that did die off over time, that did, especially in more recent years, just because of how aggressive Terran players got and how difficult it was to get away with something like this, especially on these smaller maps. So this is a bold move here from Creator. It's a bold move. ByuN, he's stuck at home, making Vikings. He's keeping his Marines and Cyclones in position. Otherwise, he'd be at risk of losing a mineral line. Meanwhile, the Robo's done. Robo into a third base. We are waiting for the Bay. Yep, there it is. The Bay is on the way. Again, it's COVID all over again. It's Phoenix Colossus back. Let's go. It was a dark time. If you remember back then, I want to say like 90% of TVPs were Phoenix Colossus. Like it was not just meta, but it was almost all that you would see. That was before the rise of like 3 gate and 4 gate play. 4 gate blink, I mean. I was a little bit later. ByuN does threaten the main base, getting into the pylon. Only 2 Phoenixes, as we do have a safety immortal. And the army does collapse in. Nice control here by ByuN. Saves the Cyclone. Saves it again. But it's going to be forced back. Going to be forced back. He does not get the Oracle. Oracle barely survives. Reinforcing Cyclones, going for the Immortal. And the Immortal, it looks like, barely breaks out. And it gets out of range of the lock-ons. Still a very chaotic engage here, but Creator does hold on. Creator holds. Now, what's scary here is that ByuN was very committed. I'm not saying he was all in necessarily, but he was very committed here. And for ByuN to fail to break the army, and for him to fail to get into the bases or get into the third base, means that he fails to punish Creator. Colossus are building up. Creator, he has momentum. He has momentum, he has map control. Colossus are getting underway, and ByuN is stuck on 2 bases. He's getting a 3rd CC, but that was after the push failed. So ByuN is in a rough position. A move out that was meant to do crippling damage failed to do so. Now Creator is getting further ahead. He's gone through the hard part. Yes, ByuN is able to slowly get his 3rd base up. Creator's getting his 4th. Again, Creator, this is benefiting him a little bit more as he's building up his Colossus, getting to +1, charge. Creator getting into his own. And again, this is like style and composition that isn't really done by the other players. If you recall, I did start this series off saying that Creator, he's one that kind of does his own thing, paves his own way, and this kind of like confirms that. Like, when was the last time Hero, Max Wax, and Classic went Phoenix Colossus and TVP? Like, it's... Aye. But sure. ByuN's pushing through. Looking to at least. Ghost production has begun. Up to 6 Vikings. Again, he's just waiting for his ghosts, waiting for his EMPs. Without them, he cannot engage. Creator refining his army, getting another expansion. 5th base is on the way. Templar Archives as well, getting into Storm, getting into Archons, help zone away the Vikings. There's the first EMP. First EMP, ByuN, he breaks out. Pushing through the right hand side. as he moves out, Zelsi try to move in, but there's a full wall. Defense. Storm was not researched, bear that in mind, so it was only for Archons. You have a Dark Shrine on the way, second robot for Disruptors. The Disruptors are slowly building up. Hey, there. Speaking of Storm, also starts up as well. So Creator getting into all 3 forms of splash damage. Now, as we're entering a game state where both players are maxing out, I still want to favor Creator. ByuN, he needs to establish his 4th base, but it's going to be difficult here. We do see the Creators looking for a way in. No Liberators yet. 4th base is exposed. Airblings forward. He does dive in. Vikings a little bit late to engage, but they will zone away the Colossus. Gets 1. Gets 1. Gets 2. Nova zones back the army. That should be all 3 Colossus going down. Massive pickup. And again, Creator, he was just out of position. The Stalkers, they were on the right-hand side. Vikings were on the left. So he couldn't zone away the Vikings, and with that, all the Colossus fall. And ByuN has a massive lead here. Massive supply lead, I should say. It's up 30 supply. The only splash damage here is 1 Disruptor. EP goes up. Zanova does get 1 Marauder. Gets a Marauder. ByuN is almost maxed. Again, you can see how little time it takes to actually counterattack. Just due to how small the map is. Due to the size. Okay, so 2 Novas. I'm being forced to kite back. Oh, being forced to kite. Decent splits. Gets the Disruptor. Storms are pushing in. There's 1 High Templar in the Prism. Oh, lands a decent Storm. It's a decent Storm of Vikings, so there's still plenty of them left over. Still 12, but 12 Vikings. Calm down, baby, calm down. But Creator does hold. He holds on. I'm not too convinced by his army composition. Still only has 1 Disruptor. It's very heavily Stalker Zealot focused. It's very much so a gateway centric composition. There's not much backbone to the army yet. He's going back into Mass Colossus, getting up to 4. It's soon to be 5 Colossus? Oh god. 5 Colossi. Okay. It's a lot of Colossus. Once again, this would be great if the Viking count was reset, but the problem is the Viking count is still very healthy. Still 12 Vikings. That's a lot of Vikings, man. Yeah, as ByuN does catch out the army. Immortal goes down, Colossus goes down. Brutal losses here for Creator. As actually, he does barely save the Colossus. Okay, does save it. Does hold on. How many Liberators are there? 4 is going to be 7. Once again, we kind of went over this during the previous TVP between Cristiano and Percival, but we're in a game state here where ByuN doesn't have to push. Like, there isn't really too much pressure on him. He has his 4th. That's what matters. He has a 4th base. He's taking a 5th and a 6th at the same time. He's double expanding. ByuN is perfecting his army as we speak, going into Mass Liberator. It is Creator. The pressure's on the Protoss instead to try to break ByuN, to try to reposition, to try to outposition and find some damage before ByuN perfects his army. And I would say that because of ByuN's lead earlier on, he's getting here in a much more comfortable way. And he's almost there. As ByuN moves out with a double drop towards the top side. Tempest production has begun. I believe there's only one Stargate. Yeah, only one Stargate. So unfortunately, this switch into Skytoss, it's going to be very delayed. It's going to be very late. This is the answer to Mass Lib, is to get into a Viking, sorry, is to get into a Tempest-based composition. It's going to take a while, though. Nice catch on the Medivacs. Oof. Brutally impedes ByuN. This time he should break bottom left. And he will. So Nexus is going to go down. Scan reveals the Tempest and the Fleet Beacon. The money scan. There was, they get a ghost. Let's catch a ghost. Vikings a punish. Viking getting one of the Colossus already. Job keeps on pushing on the left hand side. Creator, there's nothing on him to defend. He does have some DTs though. DTs and the defensive warp in. Creator, he's able to hold on. Able to hold, able to defend. Creator catching out 2 of the ghosts. 3 ghosts even. Catching out a couple of ghosts. Creator rotates to the center. ByuN is in position. Lose 1 Liberator. And again, Creator is just looking for a way in. Hey, he does catch a Liberator, not bad. Gets 1 more. Storm of the Vikings. Storms a soften of the Vikings. It sends away. Oof. As the Disruptor does go down. Creator does find ByuN out of position, okay. Gets a free planetary. But can he get out of here? As ByuN is hunting with this army, coming in for the flank. It gets a Tempest. Tempest go down. You can see the Liberators are zoning and they're cornering the main army. And ByuN just goes straight for the base. Yeah, Creator is out of position. Does he go for the base trade? I feel like he has to. Oh no! Oh. Gets 2 Liberators, okay. Takes down 2 libs. Tries to go for the counterattack. DTs, they get into a mineral line. Not bad. SCVs are going down. There's the recall. Does save the Tempest and the Colossus. DTs, they kill the CC. Doesn't lift in time. We're getting messy. We're getting messy back. And Creator saves the base. He saves the expansion. The Nexus gets saved. Creator, he preserves his main army. Creator, he's in this. He's very much so in this. Pushing 40, finds another orbital. Now, pushing forward there. How many Liberators are left? Okay, 6. Liberators are still amassing. Oh. Vikings, they do find some of the Colossus. Gee, that's a lot of Vikings. And Vikings, they just bully. Yeah, they bully the army here. Mothership goes down. Colossus as well. Vikings, they just keep chasing through the Archons. And Vikings, they will chase everything down as the Colossus count gets completely reset. No more Colossus. At the same time, ByuN is pushing on the left-hand side. Gets into the mineral line. And Creator is just falling apart. He's falling apart here. Again, just a brutal fight. The Viking count was just too high. Just heavy Vikings catching out the Colossus, the Tempest, and the Mothership. And there was just not enough support. Whether it's Stalkers, Storms, Archons, there was just not enough. Now we have the Storms coming in, but it's too little too late. And ByuN should break the expansion. I say that. Plenty of Zealot reinforcements. ByuN, you can see that he's trying to rally over. His army is a little bit disjointed. This is where, does he have too many Vikings? How many does he have? 12. The 12 Vikings, and again, it's mainly a gateway composition. Mass Zealot Warpins. The Vikings, they do nothing. Can he do it? Creator. Can he do it? Happy. Oh. He zones away. Zones away the army. Does take down the CC. Creator with a ground switch. You see this commonly in ZVP, where if the Zerg player commits too hard into Corruptors against Skytos, bam, you get the ground switch. And then the Zerg players like can crumble. Oof. And you see something very similar here. Where Creator, he lost all the Colossus, lost all the Vikings, and now, sorry, lost all the Tempest, I should say, and now switching into Mass Gateway. Rotating in, only one Liberator in position. Liberator goes down. And Creator, can he go for the kill? Can he break the natural? There it goes off. Nice connection. And connects with the connects with the Marauders. ByuN only fighting with half his army. The other half is not coming in. It's a lot of ghosts. It's a lot of ghosts here. Snipes, they pop off. Still very tense. Very tense. Now, a couple of things. How many Vikings left over? 7. 7 Vikings left over. Now we're switching back to Colossus. A lot of Vikings have been going down. Creator, he's so close to... I mean, in general, like, this is just getting very close. Oof. Brutal connection. Vikings overextend, losing every single Viking, almost everyone. Down to 3. 3 Vikings left. And we have more Colossus coming. Now the Viking count is too low. Oof. Another Nova goes off. Down to 2 Vikings. I think Creator just trying to buy time for those extra Colossus. He blinks in, yeah, blinks forward, takes down the Marauders. One more volley, and he barely gets a Liberator, but oh, at a cost of almost every Stalker. Yeah, brutal losses there for Creator, losing the Colossus. Another Colossus arrives, but it's exposed. Yeah, miss rally, 3 Colossus there for ByuN. GG gets called, and ByuN, he takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. ByuN takes the lead in the series with a very close, very clutch, very back and forth game 1. Ay, Bobby. GG, well played. Congratulations. ByuN takes the lead in the series. That was only game 1, by the way. That was merely only game 1. Again, very back and forth. Creator had his moments, ByuN as well. I would say that ByuN had a bit of a cleaner, a bit of a more comfortable early to mid game, building up to 4 and then 6 bases. Remember, he double expanded. We saw that Creator had a bit of an awkward transition into Tempest production, never really got his Tempest underway, and he got punished for it. We saw that the 12 plus Vikings of ByuN was able to reset the Sky Toss, reset the Colossus, and ByuN had a lead initially, and then we had the Remax with that gateway composition, which kind of swung things in favor of Creator. And you saw the Creator, he was pushing into the main. He was pushing into the main base. He had almost broken ByuN, but he barely didn't have enough. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness. We have the South Korean Terran, the Red Terran. For Shopify, it is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss. It is a Creator. Let's go. Let us go. There's a Japanese one that's been running for 486 editions. Yes, yes. There's a Japanese weekly, the Japanese Cup, but it's only for Japan. So technically, we're currently the longest running Open Cup, specifically Open. But yes, yes. The Legacy Weekly Japan has been running a little longer. True, true. We've been following the rise of Tapioca. We have. Este Boba Fett. We do love Tapioca. For those who don't know, Tapioca is the best player in Japan. Best player in Japan. Which is a relatively recent rise from Tapioca. I want to say over the past year. Over the past like 12 months. God damn it, it's true. Shaking my head. But meanwhile, we're going to be opening up Double Gas opener here out of ByuN. Hello, creator. What's going on? As he does hide his probe here towards the left-hand side, and we might be tempted to go for a proxy pylon into proxy. I was going to say proxy starport, sorry, Stargate, but we would have seen the pylon by now. Twilight Council opener. Do we commit to the pylon, or is this just going to be for a rescout? Curious. Let's go. Are we feeling DTs, Pappy? Twilight Council back at home, proxy across the map. Are we willing to throw down the proxy Dark Shrine? Is that the goal? Is that the plan? Show us what you got. Este creator. I mean, we have seen ByuN die to proxy DT before. True. I'll always remember ByuN versus Geralt on not Oceanborn. Wait, was it Oceanborn? The underwater map. Not Oceanborn, but the more modern underwater map. From like 2 seasons ago. Aye. No, yeah, Oceanborn. Okay, that is what I was thinking of. Fun fact: Oceanborn is the correct map. I was thinking of the other one, Abyssal Reef. I was thinking of Abyssal Reef. I thought that's the map I was accidentally saying. But on Oceanborn, and there we go, proxy Dark Shrine. For those that remember, it was ByuN versus Geralt. Geralt, he hid his Dark Shrine on Oceanborn on the left-hand side. ByuN muled, and as he muled, bam, DT's arrived, and just insta-GG. Insta-GG. Oh no! As one of the Reapers gets called out, we do see that we're trying to fake the upgrade here, going for charge, but I wonder if ByuN noticed that there was no upgrade at the time of moving in. Again, cancels charge. There was never meant to be an upgrade here. Did ByuN notice? There's Yad on Sob. This should be for Ravens. Yeah, Raven is on the way. That will provide detection. As the Dark Shrine is merely seconds away. The Raven should pop out in time. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. So we have our Widowmine drop here into the natural. Ooh. So far, decent splits. Only losing one probe. Okay. One probe goes down. Meanwhile, big shout to SloJo in the chat. God, Esther SloJo. Oh god, 3 targeting. He retargets. Oh, 3 probes in total. Saves both Widowmines. Nicely done here by ByuN. DTs are moving in, but remember, the Raven is already out. Yeah, the Raven is already out. The DTs, they failed to get damage done. There was potential with the proxy Dark Shrine, but the Raven has arrived, and Creator gets 0 damage. Gets 0 damage with the DTs. And remember, it isn't just that he gets no damage done. There's no blink. There's no blink. There's no charge. There's no upgrade. Creator, he's in a rough place. And, I mean, he doesn't really have the gateway count to all in either. He only has 1. I guess 2, because 1 is proxied. Oof. Yeah, 6 probes are going down. Messy defense here. Messy reactions out of Creator. And things are looking bleak. Things are looking bleak here. Desperation move going for the Archon drop. But sorry, it was in the middle of the game. But big shout out to SloJo. Thank you so much, SloJo, for the gifted subs to the community. 5 gifted subs. Thank you, puppy. Thank you. Do appreciate it. We appreciate it, SloJo. Outside of Sayark, I know none of the Japanese players. Sayark, he's still active, by the way. Still active. Sayark, he was the best player in Japan. What, that would have been like in 2015? Like it's been a while since Sayark has been active in open, like in the global scene. But he still plays in the Japanese Cups. Yeah, like 2014, 2015. It's been a while since Sayark has been an active player. Ooh. As the mine shots are going up. So once again, getting more probe kills. A fun fact, those are still the same Widow Mines that came in earlier. They're still alive. They're still alive, still doing more damage. ByuN is looking very comfortable. Third CC is on the way. Stim is almost done. And again, Creator, he's hurting. Creator is hurting. You can't really contain ByuN either. Blink is still not yet done. Raven Harasser into the natural. Widow Mine drop back into the main base for the third time. Oh, late reactions, no! Oh, late reactions, 10 probes. 10 probes go down. How many in total? I want to say 20? 25, 26. 26 workers going down. We get another auto turret here into the natural. Thankfully, this will be cleaned up. But again, 26 probe kills. For what? For 2 Widow Mines and auto turrets. That's all that's been harassing. So critical damage has been dealt. Remember, the DTs failed to do damage as well. The Dark Shrine just got cleaned up. Here comes the main push, and again, it's going to be a tough hold here for Creator. Now, he does have 3 defensive Archons. Jesus. Okay, he's got 3 Archons. He's got 2 Immortals. I believe this army is robust enough to defend the 3rd, but even then, it's going to be difficult. Blink is complete. The Bay on the way for Colossus. 3rd CC being taken, and ByuN getting within range of the Nexus. And he does focus on the first Archon. Gets 1. Gets 1, gets 2. There's 1 Archon left. The Blink Stalkers, they push forward into the tanks. They get punished. The boys are being pulled. And again, Creator, he might just barely hold on, but at a cost of 7 probes of every Stalker. Prism goes down. ByuN, he wants to end the game here and now. He wants that final Immortal. And he gets it. Both Immortals go down. And again, technically, Creator, he survives. Creator holds, but it costs him 3 Archons, 2 Immortals. How many Stalkers? 10 Stalkers, and even more probes. So ByuN doesn't kill, but ByuN does cripple. I mean, Creator, he was already crippled. He was already crippled. That's why that defense was so clutch and was so dicey and was so difficult for a Creator. ByuN is breaking out. Here comes the second wave. Here comes the second wave, the second push. Yo, shout out to Este ARJ Skater in the chat. Aye, aye, aye. Good to see you, Pappy. Good to see you. Hope the microwave is still on the wall. Hope the Hope everyone is safe, Pappy. Hope everyone is safe. And GG, yeah, GG gets called again, just too far behind, and ByuN, he will take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, just a very rough start there for Creator to go for a DT base opener, for it to do 0 damage, for him to lose too many workers to the Widow Mines, for the Widow Mines to be saved. Remember, ByuN, he saved those Widow Mines twice. He got 3 volleys off, 3 shots off from each Widow Mine. It was crazy. The Raven Harass as well, killing 26 plus probes at the start of the game. That was critical damage. That was game-ending damage, and Creator, who was just too far behind. As we mentioned, yes, he did survive the push, but it cost him 3 Archons, 2 Immortals, 6 probes, like 10 Stalkers. Like, it was just a really, really rough early game there from Creator, and we got to tighten up. We got to tighten up that early game here against ByuN. to be able to have a chance in the series and to begin the comeback, because ByuN is one game away from claiming the series. Let's go. Let us go. Uno más, papi, uno más. Not gonna lie, I never understood why Protoss players don't just build 2 Phoenixes. We did mention this previously in regards to Stargate openers, but if you recall, this was a Twilight Council opener out of Creator. That's why there was no Stargate, and in general, Stargate openers are very rare. The reasoning for this is because you can be punished quite hard. Stargate openers do leave you vulnerable, just because building up early Oracles and early Phoenixes do struggle specifically against 2 base all-ins. And speaking of 2 base all-ins, Tourmaline Game 3 is notorious for all-ins because of how small the map is, how short the rush distance is, and how open the third and the natural is as well. So this is where aggression is expected. Aggression is favored here. I'm not saying that we have to see an all-in out of ByuN, but it's something that is available. It's something that's going to be in the back of Creator's mind. It is going to be a real threat, and we'll see how our players will adjust as a result. Let's go. Let us go as we are loading into Game 3, potentially the final game of the series. We'll see. We shall see. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran. Oh, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 2-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player, the Blue Protoss himself, representing himself, as is currently teamless down in the series. Can he fight back? Can he make this a series? Can he make this a series and bring us to Game 4? It is Creator. Here we go. Here we go. Percival simple cannons in behind the middle line versus Terran. That is typically not done at this level of play, just because you can defend without that. I should also emphasize as well, one of the reasons why the Widowmine dropped so much damage is because of the DT opener. Remember, because of that, there was no Blink. There were no Blink Stalkers. There's a reason why Creator had such a shaky defense. A lot of it stems from the initial build choice from Creator, which was going for the Dark Shrine, which failed to get damage done, which also meant that all of his other upgrades and tech was late and delayed, which made it a much more difficult defense for Creator. So it all just kind of stemmed from that. Like it all just, you know, the dominoes, they fell from the beginning, one after the other. It all kind of played into each other. Is the case with StarCraft. That's why the early game is so important. Meanwhile, Double Gas opener out of ByuN, going for a faster factory, a much more tech-heavy start here by our Terran player. And Creator, he, I believe, didn't quite get eyes on the mining second gas geyser. In position to delay a CC that is not going to be coming. There's that factory. Creator picks in. Oh, picks in, pulls away. Doesn't want to get locked in. And again, with this, this can lead into early Cyclones, early drop play, committed Banshee play as well. ByuN has options. As he fans out, checking for proxies. Playing it safe. And we'll see how Creator takes up from here. Again, Creator's been very diverse so far. Remember, Game 1, he went Phoenix Colossus. Game 2, we saw DTs. Game 3, Twilight Council. Looks like a standard build. We should be seeing Twilight Council into Blink. The question becomes, how many gateways? 2 gate, 3 gate, or 4 gate Blink Stalker? Everything's all good. What microwave? What wall? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. AOJ Skater's an animal. He's an animal. Oh. As Reaper Hellion does get into the middle line, so far getting up to 3. 3 probes going to be going down. It's an okay trade, 1-to-1. 2 Reapers and a Hellion for 3 workers. Ideally, ByuN did want more. Ideally, he did want more damage. Once that was dealt with, Creator, he cancels the shield battery, walling up here. And how many gateways? 1 in the main, 2 at the natural, 3 gate Blink. So 3 gate Blink, Robo as well, very safe play out of Creator. Creator, he gains map control, and it's going to be ByuN on the back foot. Losing SCV. Yes, ByuN tells me about catching out one of the adepts. Just building up back at home. ByuN has yet to really confirm the build of choice. He does make his way towards the triangular third location. If it was 2-gate blink, we would have seen a third by now. So confirms it is not, to get eyes on the tech as well. Oh, and ByuN, can he get away? Oh, barely does. Whew, barely does pull out, and he's able to scout and confirm the build of choice. I feel like this is important against Creator just because, again, this is the first game where he's opening up Blink. It's the first time in this series. So ByuN confirms that this is a little bit more standard here. The Blink Stalkers that will gain map control, that will look to contain ByuN, and ByuN is turtling up, getting his bunkers up, and getting his tanks in position as well. So ByuN is going to be secure here on 2 bases. Creator takes his third a little bit later. And Creator actually going for the dive. Bold move. It looks like he will get the bunker. Bunker goes down. He gets punished for it though. Losing 2 Stalkers. Rotating over towards the main. Tank is on siege. Oh, tempted. Going for a stim. Okay. He finds an opening. Stim is going to be denied. Very nice pickup. As that will contain ByuN even further. ByuN is contained. Creator is looking for another way in. And rotates over into the main base. Rotates over, pulling back. Again, Stim is heavily delayed, so ByuN is going to be stuck at home that much longer. And the game is slowing down. Slowing things down. Now we have our tech of choice here. We have Creator going into Colossus. Colossus on the way. 4th base being taken. Creator is slowly taking up. But he needs time. Again, there's going to be a big window in time here where Creator, he doesn't have Colossus yet. He needs more time for that. ByuN breaks out. Pushing right down mid. Without Stim, you can't really catch these Stalkers. Stim just finished up. ByuN is pushing. He sees the massive amount of zealots. He has to respect it. He has to respect it. Pulls away. Again, the game continues, and ByuN should just back off, turtle up on 3 bases, build up, and maybe even just turtle up to 4 as well. Because of the high zealot count, he cannot be active. Said Creator is coming to ByuN. As more zealots are warping in, ByuN is getting called out sieged. Yeah, he should not be out here. Should not be out here. It does pull back. ByuN playing with fire. Nice force fields. Hoping up at ByuN, but he will still lose a full medevac. Full medevac goes down. And you see ByuN, a plummet in supply. As we mentioned, he should not have been out here. Widowmine's getting called out. Yo, hallucinated immortal tanks 2 shots. Okay, I just learn something new. And for the first time this series, Creator, he has momentum. He has momentum. He's able to. He should be the first to max out. And it's going to be a challenge for ByuN to take his 3rd and take his 4th base. As I mentioned before, we expect ByuN to turtle. Like, he's just going to turtle up and perfect his army, building up tanks, building up ghosts. Slowly building up. And the creator should be able to double expand, getting a 4th, getting a 5th, getting a 6th base. Creator should be free to do so. As there's our Templar Archives for Archons and potentially Storm. See, the chat needs Storm. I mean, Creator's looking very comfortable here. Like, he's he's looking fine. Commonly, we would see a second Robo into Double Disruptor, but we'll see what Creator goes for. As again, Creator, he's almost maxed. He's pushing. Does he see an opening? There is some SimCity here with the Depot and with the Widow Mines, but they feel a little bit too far forward. Yes, too far forward. The Depot goes down. Again, Creator, he's maxed. He's moving in. Creator still pushing forward, does clean up every single Widow Mine. Mines are cleaned up. Here come more Zealots. Again, this area is so open. And Creator collapses in. Diving on the tanks, he gets 1. He's going to get 1, 2. All 3 tanks will go down. Nice target firing on the Colossus. ByuN does start set back to the mineral line. But again, Creator should just overwhelm. Should overwhelm. Pushing into the natural now. Bunker falls. Forcing the army out into the open. And again, this is going to be the beginning of the comeback here as Creator. He overwhelms. ZG gets called and Creator puts a point on the board. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, for the first time this series, Creator, he opens a standard and he finds a lot more success. Again, to be fair, he was able to find even more damage with his Blink Stalkers. Denying Stim was a big moment for Creator because it gave him more breathing room, allowed him to get his 3rd base up and running. And likewise, ByuN also got caught with his pants down out in the open as well. As he was caught out, he bled out a lot of units at his 3rd base location before he could really build up. GG. GG, well played. And again, the map came into play. We did speak on how it isn't just the short rush distance that allows for more aggressive builds, but also the 3rd base location and the natural location are very open. There's a lot of wide open entrances, so you need SimCity. I'm referring to depots, I'm referring to towers, sensor towers, missile turrets. Without them, it's so open that Zealots can trade so efficiently, collapsing on your army. You need some kind of choke point, some kind of manufactured choke point to try to funnel units and muster up a defense. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss. It is Creator. Here we go. Yes, the floating microwave. Ah, no. But again, the comeback has begun. Welcome to the Old Republic. This is a much larger map. It's almost like the polar opposite here to Tourmaline, but a much larger map of the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. I would say the 3rd base is relatively secure. It is the 4th base, whether it's the linear 4th or the center 4th expansion, is a lot more open and a lot more difficult to defend. So we may be able to embrace a longer, later macro game here. We'll see. Shall see. But again, Creator had some nice moments last game, denying Stim, containing the Terran army. Of course, gaining map control. as from here our players are building up. Oh, Jesus. And ByuN, for the first time in the series, 3 CC, 3 racks. Okay. ByuN is notorious for this build on larger maps. It is very, very greedy, and it just snowballs out of control in the mid game. There's a 3rd CC, 2nd racks, and we are expecting a 3rd racks as well. So again, hyper greed here out of ByuN. There are some pros and some cons to this build. The biggest downside of this is because your factory is so late, because of that, your tanks are delayed and you are vulnerable early on to early game aggression just because you have no defensive setup with tanks, right? As you're heavily bio focused, even going for the eBay before the 3rd racks as well. Jesus, so hyper greed here by ByuN. There's that 3rd racks, as we did mention. But again, late factory, late tank production, later defensive setup here. It means that ByuN is vulnerable at least until he gets into his upgrades. Because of that, 4-gate blink can try to punish this. Otherwise, the other option for Protoss is to be greedy as a response and get a faster 4th. Get a faster 3rd, get a faster 4th base, be greedy, go into your forges, your tech, and try to keep up with the greed of the Terran. Hallucination goes in, and the Creator, he sees all 3 Raxes, and the 3rd CC Creator sees everything. He knows. He knows. When it comes to the strength of his build, as we mentioned before, his natural is going to get, sorry, I should say his, ByuN's natural base is going to be saturated faster. His 3rd base is going to be saturated faster as well, and he's going to be able to get into a boosted economy in the mid game, and as a result, have a supply lead, around a 20 to 30 army supply lead in the mid game. And it can hit quite hard. Hit very, very hard. Creator getting his 3rd. I believe 2. Yeah, okay. 2-gate blink, 2-gate blink into a 3rd nexus. So greedy response here by Creator. He's going to try to keep up with the economy of ByuN. You have the gateway explosion. Again, Creator just containing ByuN. And Creator's opting to go for a heavy gateway composition. Okay. Let's get into his gateways. Going to be delaying his splash damage, going to mass charge lots. Bay is now on the way for eventually Colossus. And ByuN breaks out. There's that 3rd base. Once again, as we mentioned, the big power spike is still not here yet. We're getting there. You know, the 3rd base still has to build up. Production still has to kick in. Extra ranks is still finishing. Once again, as we did mention, the Creator, he is trying to keep up economically with ByuN, so he's going for his 4th. That's catching the Observer. Keen eyes out of ByuN. This Creator, he sets up a counterattack. ByuN, he's rallying across the map. Back at home, there's not much to defend. Okay. And this can do critical damage. Prism into the main. Sorry, into the 3rd. Does hit the middle line. ByuN, he does turn around back home. He's racing back. He's out of position. And we're going for the warp in. Going for the warp in so far. 6 SCV kills, getting it to 7. 8 SCVs, not bad. This is getting out of hand. Getting it to 9 SCVs, getting it to 10. 10 SCVs, 9 mining, and ByuN's main army achieved nothing. He achieved nothing across the map, so brutal damage here, 10 SCVs, 0 counter damage, and the 4th base is getting out for Creator. So nice. Up until this point, ByuN was looking quite comfortable. He was getting into his build, and now he's been stifled. Right now, wrenches in the works. Rough follow-up here by ByuN. And Creator's in this. Creator, he's in this game. The pressure was on Creator to get some damage done, and he was able to do so. Got what he wanted. And now Creator can just calm down and settle into his Colossus. We have the Temple Archives on the way. We're building up into a greater mid-game. And that timing that ByuN wanted to hit, I may have just come and gone. How many Marauders? 18. Jesus. I mean, again, you can see just how hefty this bio army is. It's quite beefy, actually. It's a lot of Marauders. But again, ByuN, he wanted to move out, what, a minute ago. We can see here that Creator's army split in half. He's got half his army here at the natural, the other half here at the third. Ooh. Center base is cancelled. As ByuN rotates towards the 4th. Cannons are in position to buy time. Creator retaking his 5th. Observer spots the main army of ByuN. Creator responds. Catching out a couple of Marauders. Not bad. 3. 3 Marauders go down. Almost 4. Very nice catch here by Creator. At the same time, setting up his Zealot run by. Pushing on the right hand side. Remember here, VMR said when he was getting beaten by high-tech armies. Nice same move for gateway spam. We casted that series. If you remember, we casted the RSL finals. Hero versus Mara. I think that was season 3? Question mark. Yeah, I think it was season 3 of RSL. But that is very much so focused and emphasized on the Protoss player being able to gain map control first, and able to build up a greater economy. I'll say that ByuN, he has an equivalent economy currently here with Creator, as he's pushing forward, getting to the center expansion. Creator, he's kind of in a really awkward position here. His army split up. He has an army on the left, army on the right. Center nexus is going to go down, and Creator does have a weak flank here on the left hand side. Creator attempting the surround though. Okay, not bad. Nice storm. Nice storm, but ByuN does pull out. He gets away. Yeah, ByuN gets away. Again, Creator, he was attempting to lock down the army. Wasn't quite able to. Oof. A bold blink with the Stalkers. He's crazy. Bold blink. Creator gets forced back. And again, Creator, he is only on these 5 bases. Ideally, Creator, he'd have a greater kind of presence here on the map. Creator isn't there yet. ByuN is still being active. Yes, ByuN, he wants those EMPs. Oh! And he doesn't quite get them. Okay. EMP lands towards the end. Catching out, I want to say 2-eye Templar. Center base goes down once again. Creator, he just can't expand. He's been trying. He's been trying to expand. ICMP. Catching out the Colossus. ByuN rushing forward. Ooh, does take a massive storm to the face. Jesus. But I believe that was the only storm. Yeah, the only storm. EMP's caught everything else. The Colossus go down. Brutal losses there for Creator. Leaving out most of his high-tech units. And again, what's important is that Creator still can't expand. He's taking center left. A very isolated expansion. ByuN hasn't scouted. He doesn't know. Creator's trying to get his base up and running. ByuN, he's headed over. So is Creator. ByuN does confirm. Now he knows. He's right at the base. He knows he has to deny it. Not quite able to, though. He's pushing. He's pushing on the right-hand side. He gets spotted by the observer. Creator, he knows he's racing over to defend. A little bit late to do so. And Creator, can he keep up? Can he keep up with this split push? ByuN gets into the middle line. Nice storms. Storms, they connect well. Oh, let's go. Extend the storms. He wants a Colossus, and it looks like it barely is going to go down. Oh, it barely does. Takes down the Colossus, but Creator, he keeps up. Yeah, the storms, they have been on point. Creator cleans up the main army. He defends his bases. The 5th base is getting fully straight. The 6th base is getting up and running. Creator, he can now remax. Yeah, he's remaxing. He's pushing in. Zealots, they make their way in towards the production. ByuN, he needs time to rebuild. He just lost too much. He just lost too much too quickly. ByuN, he lost the fight on the right. He lost the fight on the left. ByuN just let out too much, and now Creator's going for the kill, going for the throats. He's almost in. He's almost in. He's got 3 Colossi back. Yeah, here come the reinforcements. Here come the Warpins. Zealots are just now being cleaned up in the main. Breakthrough. Sure, there are a couple of Liberators, but there's just not enough on the ground to protect this. And we are looking to get to the ace match. He's going in. Catching more reinforcements. Liberators are causing a bit of an issue here, but they're being focused down. There's still 2 Liberators just left, barely holding on. ByuN surviving. But Creator has so many minerals. Can just keep warping in. Liberators, they do hold the line. Okay. ByuN holding onto the natural. Oof. Does take it over to the face. Brutal connection. Liberators, as they try to reposition, 2 more Liberators go down. 3 more Liberators go down. And without Libs, there's just no defending this. No defending. Another Nova connects. Oof, and then, oh my god, and another catching out, what, 4 or 5 Marauders. Brutal connections. And again, ByuN just can't keep up with he cannot keep up with these trades. Can't keep up. Creator blinking in. Takes down the final Liberators. And again, we are going to the ace match. And again, I appreciate that we're done with the crazy like Feast Colossus or Proxy DTs. No. Just open up Blink. Just open Blink, Pat. I say that Creator does overextend, okay. Cleaning out the disruptors. ByuN does have a massive amount of orbitals still up and running. Now, what is scary about what just happened here is that Creator was going for the kill move. What does that mean? He was choosing to commit into the production, whereas otherwise he could have been knocking down bases. The economy here for ByuN is still looking very solid. The SCV count is lower, but we have mules to make up for that, right? We have mules, which is just mules here at the natural, interesting choice. But ByuN's economy is still decent. It's still decent enough. And because Creator failed to kill ByuN, the economy is still looking solid. Like it's still up and running. Still up and running. Still quite healthy. ByuN now breaking out, and Creator's in a rough place. Oh no. This Nexus is on its own. He's going for it. This base should fall. Creator's out of position. ByuN takes down the expansion. Nexus falls. Gets 14 probes as well. Now ByuN has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. But gee, there's 5 Colossus. That's a lot of Colossi, man. In a head-on fight, Creator should come out on top because the Colossus counts. There's just so many Colossi. ByuN cutting back to a planetary. Jesus. 5 Colossus moving in. Ooh, and ByuN is cornered. Yeah, ByuN is cornered here. He cannot get away. He cannot escape. ByuN will lose everything. Medevacs at least pull away. Does pull away with the Medevacs at least. They traded bases. A lot of these next are now running out of resources here as well. So, I mean, I will say Creator, he burned through his bank. True. He burned through his bank. Thankfully, ByuN, he had no Vikings, so he has to build up once again. Making 4 Vikings at a time, getting up to 10. As here we go. This time Creator does find some bases. Sniping 1, sniping... Ooh, almost 2. Yeah, the Viking count is just not there. This is so Stalker heavy though. Incredibly Stalker heavy. They're pushing in. Yeah, commits. Does focus on Liberators. Gets 1, 2, 3 Liberators. And again, not enough Vikings. Not enough Vikings. The Colossus, they just rain down on the Bio army. The Colossus, they just go to town on ByuN. The Colossi, one of them finally falls, gets 1, gets 2, nice flank there out of ByuN. But there's still 3 Colossus left. As Creator's breaking through. ByuN, he has to pull the boys, ByuN getting desperate. Gets 1 more Colossus, there's 2 Colossus left. There's 2 left. ByuN is fighting his heart out. If there are no Zealot reinforcements, then I think he could actually fight this, but another Warpin finishes. More Zealots have arrived. ByuN making Creator work for it. Again, Creator, he should be fine here. Still has momentum, still has a greater economy. At least more so than ByuN. ByuN does get center right up and running, okay. Just a massive amount of mules. The mule hammer, pappy. And the transfer. I mean, all Stalkers at 9 mining. ByuN refusing to give up. He's like, no. I can make it, pappy. I can do this. If he had a better economy, then sure, but he's under 31 SCVs. Mules are good, but they run out. Ah, no. Stalkers at 9 mining on the northern base. Back up to 4 Colossus. Stalkers able to lead the Vikings. I mean, nice EMPs. Okay, Jesus. Nice EMPs. We built up a hefty Viking count. Okay, gets a Colossus, gets one, gets two. Two Colossus go down, getting up to all three, and ByuN, he overwhelms. No shot. No shot. He gets all three Colossus. ByuN, look at how many Marauders he has. This army is just so beefy. It's crazy. He just tanks the Colossus shots. Doesn't even care. He breaks out. He regains control of his northern planetary. ByuN checking. There's no expansion here. As Creator is heavily oversaturated. Yeah, now long distance mining. No shot. ByuN, he hung in there, Pat. He's got 31 Marauders. And 2 ghosts. He's got to hold on to those EMPs. Cannot waste them. EMPs are limited. Charge will move in. Vikings going for the first Colossus. Decent juggling, but the Prism goes down. That Prism does go down. Barely does take down all the Vikings. Not enough Zealots. Yeah, not enough Zealots. Marauders, they can stem on forward. Colossus have to get the hell out of here. They have to pull away. As the army is heavily overstimmed. Gets a Colossus. Gets one. There's one left. One left. But the army's deep in the red. ByuN has to get out of there. Creator still long distance mining. No shot. Was Creator, he finally spots a base. Does spot the fresh mining base here for ByuN. ByuN, he has to make a stand here. Oh, Colossus overextends. Takes a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage here, but now there are no Vikings. Zealots, they do trade well. Boys are being pulled. It's a tough hold for ByuN. But he holds. Yeah, he does hold on. Stutter steps forward here. The Colossus cannot escape. The Colossus goes down once again. And Creator, he had this game. Twice, papi. Twice. ByuN was down, what, like 30, 40 supply at one point? But ByuN had barely any mining. I was like, you know, mules are good. They're not that good. Never mind. Like, we just keep muling, papi. We just keep muling. Who needs SCVs when you have a mineral line worth of mules? Oh, I spoke too soon. As Zealots, they do hit that mineral line, the mules are denied. At the same time, this is the most important mining base here for Creator. We'll lose the expansion. Nexus goes down. ByuN, where we headed? Gotta make a choice. So we're going for the army. Oh no, the flank. Yeah, the flank comes in. Creator, he gets called out. Creator, he will lose everything. GG gets called, and ByuN, the crazy comeback, he does pull himself back into this game, and he will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. No shot. GG, well played. You can see here the supplies, the army supplies specifically, how Creator, he had the lead, he had the advantage for a decent chunk of time here, but we saw that ByuN was able to slowly persevere. More importantly, get that center right base up and running, was able to mule, was able to have an economy, built up his Marauders, and eventually was able to break out and catch those 3 Colossus, was able to catch them out in the end. Very impressive play there by ByuN. And GG, really frustrating. I mean, I feel like Creator, he was robbed an ace match. Like Creator, he played that out so well. He was able to catch the army multiple times, able to break through, able to push into the main. Again, you could argue that maybe Creator was being a little bit too greedy instead of going for safe damage and going for the planetaries instead. But I mean, he was trading well for himself. He was trading well, but just barely not enough. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to ByuN as he perseveres. He does persevere. Again, ByuN with, what was it, like 30 SCVs towards the end there, but again, the mules, they carried, baby, they carried. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Catching up. Yeah, GG, well played with that. Congratulations to ByuN as he does claim the series. Hold on, I got a message him. I gotta crazy game, but GG. GG, well played. Impressive comeback there, impressive game out of ByuN as he was at death's door multiple times as well, by the way, multiple times that game. GG. Impressive, man. Impressive. And a shout out to Creator, because Creator, he was able to make a series out of this as well. Again, I feel like Creator was deserved an ace match, not gonna lie. Like, I feel like we were robbed a little bit of that, but regardless, ByuN did play well for himself. GG, well played. Oh good, oh good. I was like, crazy game, baby, GG, and then ByuN responded in Hangul, and I was like, what? I was like, oh, sorry, it's all good. But GG, well played. And with that, congratulations to ByuN. Again, if you tune in, if you enjoyed the tournament, joined the event, this is a weekly tournament. As we mentioned before, this is the longest running Open Cup out there. Has been running longer than Wardy's Open Cup or Pegasus Cup or Monday Night Weeklies. Again, since 2022, we've been hosting the Sparkling Tuna Cup. And if you want to help support the event and grow the event, you can do so via Patreon. !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our tournament on a weekly basis, and if we can grow our Patreon big enough, then we can host monthlies as well. So thank you so much for all the support on Patreon. Otherwise, you can, again, this is a weekly tournament. Every single week we do host this event. I will say that we might reschedule next week just because of the Rungi Cup, but even then it's gonna be a very intense week. It's gonna be a very intense week. I still don't know if I want to cast the Rungi Cup. I'm not saying that I wouldn't, but I mean, again, we've had some IRL updates here, and my bunnies are a little bit unwell. They're currently on medication, and they do have to, you know, I do have to give them their medication twice a day, every single day, and I got to do it now. So, and if the event is a little bit too late, then it kind of like disrupts that sort of thing. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with Rungi Cup, just because it is a very late broadcast, and I'm not too fond of the idea of having a late broadcast, especially because now is the time that I'm typically free roaming the bunnies. I know they're very upset right now because they want to be let out. So yeah, we'll see what happens with Rungi Cup. Otherwise, I'm sure that Wardy and Steadfast and some of the other channels out there will be covering it themselves. I do apologize for casting a little bit less this month. So far 2026 has been very chaotic for us, and we just IRL has been hitting us hard, and we just haven't been able to cast too much StarCraft, even though there's a lot of StarCraft going on. For example, Thunderfire Cup, we casted day 1, but we just couldn't cast day 2 today, just didn't have the time for it. And again, February should be better. February should be we should be able to focus on StarCraft coming to February, but January has been a little bit brutal. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Very quickly here, let us catch up on our schedule. That was a raffle. There we go. As you can see here, this is our weekly schedule. We just wrapped up with the Sparkling Tuna Cup. You can see here that we have the Wardy TV Monday tomorrow, followed by the Latam Legends series. We have Pegasus Cup on Wednesday. We have the Pondcast, and then we have Rungi Cup on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's a big premier event, online tournament with an offline finals run by, I want to say, SC Boy. I SC Boy or the Chinese community are running that event. Big group stages this week. But again, it's at 8 p.m. KST. It's very late, and as I mentioned, because the Rungi Cup is starting so late, we might not cover the event. We'll see. We shall see. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. For the Wardy TV Monday broadcast. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Don't stream the cup, do a Barney stream. Oh no. I don't think they're in a place to do so at the moment. Again, it's yeah. Let us out, PC. So with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some Wardy TV StarCraft. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Iba is live at the moment. Iba. Ay. Give him some love. Give him some support. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, ciao. Happy ciao. Hasta luego.